Hi everyone, welcome back in another exciting project where we're going to be building a code manager, a code snippet application. So this is going to be the landing page of our application. So the reason why I wanted to create this application, because as a web developer, it's going to serve me, it's going to help me a lot, because sometimes I create some code and snippet and I lose it, and always I need to go back to ChatGPT or any other artificial intelligence so I can be able to get the code again. So it's kind of a problem. And also, I tried to save the code and it wasn't efficient. So that's why I thought, why not creating this application that's going to help me as a web developer, but also hopefully that's going to help you as well. So this is going to be the icon of our application, the name, the sign in, the sign up button, and that's going to be the overall design of our application. So I'm going to walk you through all of this step by step just to let you know how this application is working and what we are going to build. And finally, we're having the message in here to be able to really get people hooked to sign into our application and use it. And also this is going to be totally dynamic. As you can see, it's totally responsive. So now let's get into our application. So I'm going to click on the sign in button. And again, we are using the Clerk library to be able to handle our authentication. And I'm going to log in with my Google account. So let's click on this. So that's going to be my Google account. So after that, as you can see, we're having the shimmer effect of all these elements waiting for to get some response from the server. And this is going to be the overall application. So here we're having the top bar. So these information we're going to get from Clerk. So we're having the image, the name, and the the email. So overall, as you can see, you can see the design. So it's pretty clean, pretty sleek, and pretty simple. So we're not using a lot of features in here just to make sure that this application is more efficient and usable. And in here, we're having this functional search. So if I type something in here, as you can see, it is totally alive. As we're typing, we're getting the results that we want. And if I type in something that we don't find, we're gonna have this icon and this message. And so let's clear that up. So we're having the button. So I'm going to show you what's going to happen. We're having the dark mode, so we can be able to turn this to dark mode on. And as you can see, so this is how it's going to look like. So it is pretty beautiful. And so I'm going to switch this back to light mode just to be able to see how things are working. And in here, we're having the tags, and this it's going to be a swipeable tag. And also, when I changed the window, as you can see, it is totally responsive. Just to show you that this part is totally swipeable, so we can be able to see other elements. So let's turn this back. And so the first thing that I'm going to show you is how we can be able to add the snippet. So if we click on here, so we're going to have this little content note or little placeholder. I don't know how to name it, but the most important thing here, we can be able to add our snippet. So, and this it's going to be totally real time, meaning that as we type in and as we are modifying things in here, it's going to be updated in our database. By the way, we're using MongoDB to be able to store all our snippets and information. So it's going to be saved in real time in our database. So if something happens along the way, we're not going to lose all the information. And just to show you how this is working, so I'm going to add, so I already created some snippets and description just to save up some time. So I'm going to add something in here, new React component. And as you can see, all the information in here is totally saved into the database. So just to show you how that it's true. So if I reload the page, as you can see, we're still having the information in here. And here we're having this part to be able to this drop down to be able to show first the tags and to select the tags. So this is a multi-selection drop down tags, and I'm going to use or I'm going to choose the React function, but also we can be able to choose another tag. So it's a multi-selection drop down, as I said. So for this, I'm going to just choose the React function. And here I'm going to add the description. So let's copy this. So let's go back to our application. And as you can see, like the colors changing depending on the selection of the part. And here I'm going to add the actual snippet. So let me copy this and I'm going to paste it in here. So as you can see, everything changes in real time as we are modifying our component in here. And here I can be able to switch between, I can be able to choose, sorry, the languages, but also we're having this search bar to be able to make this selection much easier. So let's type in TypeScript, as you can see. So here we couldn't see it because it is here, but just by type in TypeScript, we can be able to see this and select it. And as you can see, it has been updated in real time. But also we're having this if we want to copy the snippets. So if I click on copy, the icon is going to be changing, uh, telling the user that the item has been copied. And if I paste it, as you can see, it shows that this has been copied. So this is how we can be able to actually add a new snippet. So just to show you that we can be able to also edit the snippet that we want. So we're going to choose randomly a snippet. And if I click on here, as you can see, the snippet that we want to modify is going to be all the way at the top. And here I can be able to modify the snippet. So I'm going to add some tags in here. And as you can see, it flickered a little bit because it has been saved into the database. So that's why this happened. And also I'm going to add some of the elements in here. And so let's delete this just to show you that things are working. And if I close this and I reload the page, so all the information that we used for this, it's going to be saved. And so that's the adding and the editing part of the snippet. So I'm going to show you like we're having this kind of little shortcut to be able to add a new tag. So without going to this, so I'm going to explain this and to show it to you. And here we can be able to add the new tag. So let's add the tag test. And if, so as you can see, it has been added. And if I want to add the test tag, we're going to have this error message. And if I want to add like an empty tag, so we're going to have this error message until we pass all the checks, that then we can be able to create a new tag. And if we go in here and we go to the drop down, we're going to find the tag that we want. So I'm going to select it. So let me close this. And also another element, another feature that I want to show you in here. So this is a multi-selection tag. So if I click on API method, so as you can see, we're gonna just find we're gonna just get the snippets that have the that share the tag API methods. But as soon as I click on something like here, like this, so we're gonna have this error message. And so it's pretty efficient just to look for the snippet that we want, and it's gonna also work with simultaneously with the search. So if I choose the So if I type in the area, we're going to find these nodes. And if I click on JavaScript functions, so it's going to be shown because it meets all the requirements that we want, meaning that this tag and the search. So this is how this part is working. And also we can be able to set this snippet as favorite. So I already set these. And if I click on here, by the way, whenever anything that I do in here, it's going to be saved into the database. So if I go to the favorite, we're going to find the new snippet that we set as favorite, but also we can use the search and the tags in here. So if I click on test, we're going to see all the single snippet that has the test tag. And finally, we're having the trash part. So if, for example, I click on the button in here, so we're going to have this notification telling us that this node has been moved, and we can be able to undo the actual deletion. So let me go to the trash, and I'm going to, so let me first delete this, take it to the trash, and then I'm going, also we can be able to reset or restore the trashed nodes if I click on here. So telling us that the node has been restored from trash. So, and if we click on the delete to be able to save or delete, sorry, the snippet from the database, then we're going to have this little component to be able to delete the actual snippet. And if we click on delete, so the node has been, this snippet, sorry, has been deleted. And here we're having, so before I start talking about the tags window, we're having this part telling us, counting how many languages that we're using for overall nodes. So it's going to be counted as we delete or add new snippets. So if we go to the tag, so we're having this little window just to be able to manage the tags that we want. So we're going to have in here all the tags if we want to delete them and if we want to modify them. And also we can be able, so if we're having a lot of tags, we can be able to search them if we want to. And as you can see, it is a live search. And also we can be able to add a tag from here as I showed you. So, and the first thing that I'm going to show you in here is the modification of the tag. So let's test take the test. And if I go in here and I add another word in here and I click on edit, as you can see, it has been edited. And if we go into the displays, we're gonna see the update, but also because the test we used it in other nodes, also it's gonna be updated in these snippets as well. So so that's the first thing that I want to show you. And if we go to the back to the tags manager window, and if we delete, so let me choose for another snippet. I'm going to choose this test, this new tag. And if we go back in here, and also another thing, this is going to be sorted and it's going to be dependent, the sorting is going to be dependent on how many snippets that we used in each, in all how many tags that we used in all snippets. So if we delete this, and we go back in here, we're not going to find this new tag in these snippets. So we're going to work on this. So as you can see, this application has a lot of features, and we're going to learn a lot of things. And also, it's going to serve me as a web developer, as I said, to be able to not lose some of the snippets and the code, but also I hope that it's going to serve you as well. So I wanted to not create an application just for creating it, but also it's going to be valuable for you as a web developer. And of course, we can be able to log out if we click on the log out button. As you can see, we're back to the landing page. And just to show you that if we sign in with another account, we're not going to find the information in here. So we're going to handle this, of course. So let's click on the sign in and we're going to choose Google. And I'm going to sign in with this account, another account of mine. And as you can see here, that's how it's going to look like when we first use this application. So we're going to have this just by default. And as you can see, if we click on the text window, we're going to find this little message telling us that there is nothing in here. So this is basically how we are going to be creating what we are going to be creating. So if you want to learn how to create this application, again, stick with me till the end of this video. Hi, welcome back. So here we are in our Visual Studio Code, and so I already created a new project. So because we're going to use Next.js, so we're going to go back to the Google Chrome or any browser that you are using, and we're going to head into the installation page of the Next.js. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to copy this and then go back to your VS Code, then open up your panel and paste your command line here. And then you will have all these questions. So I used all the default answers, and the name of the project could be yours if you want to, so you can change it. So after creating a new project, the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to be able to set up a custom font. So I'm using the poppins font. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the layout.tsx. And in here, so let me close the panel. And in here, we're going to use or add the poppins object. And then we're going to add this constant. And in the body tag, we're going to add the poppins.class name into its class name. Then we're going to go to the global.css and we're going to add this poppins class selector. So this is going to be used as a utility class into the class name of each div. And so if we go back to the page.tsx, so we're going to add the poppins here just to be able to use the poppins font for our whole application. And the next element that I added is the header of our main page. So we're having the icon of our application, the name of our application, and the sign and the sign up button. And here, as you can see, it is already responsive. So when the window is like this, so all the elements change to be able to fit the window size, especially for mobile phone size. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this colors.jsx, and this is where we're going to be storing the colors when we start working with the light and the dark theme. And this is the main color that I choose for the purple color. So let's go back to the page.tsx, and in here, as you can see, I created this main component, the navbar. And inside the navbar, we're having inside the div of the navbar component, the logo and the button. And those are the utility classes for the main element, which is the navbar. And in here, I'm adding this for the media query. So when we reach width of 6040 pixel. The margin, we're going to add a little bit of margin at the top. And so here are just the utility classes, the flex, the margin, and also I'm adding the margins at the left and the right. And to be able to center elements, I'm using the item center, which is the align items property. And I'm using the justify between so that these elements, so let me make this bigger. So these elements are positioned like this automatically at the extreme edges of the window. And also I'm using this utility class when we reach more than or under the 64 pixel, those elements are going to be at the top of each other, meaning the logo and the div that has these two buttons. And next, so I'm gonna explain the logo or the functional component, the logo. So this is the parent div, and here we're using two elements. So this div where we are going to be adding this icon object, and this is from the MUI library. So I'm going to use MUI library icons. So to be able to install it, just go to their website. So let me close this and go to the to this to this link. So, and the first thing that you need to do, you need to make sure that you install this to be able to use all these icons, and they are totally for free. And so when you so after you select the icon that you want to choose, just click on the icon and copy this and go back to your VS Code, then import it over here, and then you can be able to use it as a module. And here I'm using the to be able to make it a little bit bigger. I'm using the font size and the color to make it white. And then this for the snippet master text, and those are the utility classes. And as you can see here, I'm using the main color that we created in this file, and we can be able to use it in all utility classes. And if I want for some reason I want to change the color, all I have to do is to change it from here. So that's the power of using constants or variables for icons. So this is for the logo. And finally, this is for the button. And in here for the button, of course, I'm using the media query. So when the width is less than 64 pixel, so the buttons are going to be are going to be at the top of each other, and this is why we're using the flex colon. And also we're using it here just to add a little bit of margin at the top so we can have more space between the logo and the buttons. And this is for the button to sign in, and this is for the button sign up. And the difference here, I'm using the hover state. So when I hover over the button, the background is going to change to the color that we set, and also the text is going to be white. And those are for the remaining utility classes. So it's pretty simple to really build this little navbar in here. And next, I added the call to action text with a little bit of paragraph. And also if we change the size of the or the size of the window, so as you can see, it is responsive as well. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this functional component. And this is the actual body of this component. So it's pretty simple. So we're having this main div, so are the utility classes, and we're adding a little bit of margin left and right, and also margin at the top, so we can have a lot of space between the header or the navbar and this whole component in here. And so the h2 tag, so we're having this little text, and also we're separating the efficiently text or words, so we can be able to add this color for it. So this is what we are doing, and then that's for the paragraph, and I'm adding some fixed um, width, and when we change when we reaches 64 pixel, we're gonna make it full, so we can be able to have it look like this for this size. And this for the color, of course. And finally, this is for the button, and those are the utility classes that I used for this button. So the next thing that I added is the authentication, and we're gonna use Clerk for this. So first let's sign up. So we're gonna click on the sign up button, and here we're having this built-in form provided by Clerk, and I'm going to sign up with my Google account. And as you can see, right now I'm headed to the route My Notes. This is where we're going to be showing our notes and the whole application. And also I'm adding this user button just to be able to sign up or to sign out. And this is provided by Clerk as well. And if, for example, so let's close this and I go directly to the home page, we're going to have this button, access to the app because we already signed in. And if we click on this access to the app button, we're back to the My Notes route. And I'm added this just to be able to sign out. And as you can see, when I'm signed out, these buttons are back. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to go to the Clerk website. So head over there. So after signing up and creating a new account. So the first thing that you need to do, you need to create a new application. So click on create application and here you will find this page to be able to add your social account networks. And for my case, I just added the GitHub and and add a new name. So I'm going to just add the name test and click on create application. So after clicking creating a new application, you will have this page, and this is the steps that you will need to be able to install Clerk. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to copy this and go to your terminal, open up your terminal panel and paste it over here. So as you can see, I already did it. So the next thing is to set your environment. So copy this one and go to your env file. So let me open the env file and make sure to create this one. And what you're gonna do is you just copy it over here. So this is mine. And the next thing is to copy this middleware.js and make sure to create a new file, call it middleware.js and paste it in here. And the final thing, we're gonna add the Clerk provider. And so to be able to do so, go to the layout and add it in here where the body is going to be between the Clerk provider tag. So after doing so, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the .env.local and we're going to add these. So for my case, I added the My Notes route as the page where we're gonna be showing all the notes. So that's why I added. And here we're gonna add this sign in folder. And inside of it, we're gonna add this folder with this double uh, uh, brackets, sorry. And inside of it, we're going to add the page.jsx, and this is the actual simple functional component. And inside of it, we're going to add the sign-in component provided by Clerk to be able to show the built-in sign-in component. And we're going to do the same thing for the sign up as well. The only difference is the names, of course, of the folders, but also we're going to add the sign up component in here from Clerk. And the last thing, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the page.js and we're going to add this user ID from the useAuth hook, also provided by Clerk, to know whether the user has been logged in or not. And we're going to use this inside this turn operator inside our JSX to be able to whether we're going to show the sign in and the sign up buttons, or we're going to show the access to the app button. And as you notice here, we're using these links tags to be able to change the routes. So I'm going to start from here. So when the user ID is null, meaning that is not logged in, we're going to show these buttons. And I added this div because we need to add a div inside here. and I made those changes for the utility classes because I added the link. So the styling just like changed. So I had to do this minor adjustment to make sure that the styling remained the same. So as you can see, uh, and also the width of the button is full, and I think right now it's looking much better. So that's what I added. And for the access to the up button, so these are the utility classes, and between it or I'm using the link, and that's going to be uh, the link tag, sorry, and that's going to be the route to be able to access to my nodes route. And this is and for the page or for the my nodes route, we need to create the my nodes folder. So that's the route of it. And inside of it, we're going to have the page.jsx, and I'm using the user button uh, component from Clerk just to be able to to be able to sign out if I want to. And after setting up our authentication system using Clerk, the next thing that we need to do, we need to store the email addresses into the database. And the first thing that we're going to do, we need to set up our database by using MongoDB. So the first thing that you need to do after signing up or signing in, depending if you already have an account in MongoDB or not. So the first thing that you need to do, click on the new project and choose the name and hit next. So after that, I already did this step. You will be headed to this page and click on the create button. And here, what we're going to do, we're going to choose just the free tier. And so we're not going to do anything here. And we're going to click on create deployment. And then this little window will pop up. And so those are the usernames and the password. And so what we're going to do, we're going to click on create database user and click on choose a connection method. And then we're going to click on the MongoDB for VS Code and just copy this string. And what we're going to do, we're going to go to the VS Code and we're going to go to the .env.local, and we need to paste this into a variable. So I'm just gonna call it like this URL, and I'm going to paste this, and also make sure to add the name. So let me close this, the name of the project or the database, and paste it over here and hit save. And we're going to go back again to MongoDB to do a last modification, and we're going to click on the network access. And here I'm going to edit this, and what we're going to do, we're going to just do this, and also for the last number, just to make sure that any IP address can access to the database, because the IP address will change. And so just to avoid having any restriction, and it's not the most secure thing to do, but just for this project, I'm doing so, and we are waiting for the status to be active. And as you can see right now, it is active. So right now we set up our connection to the MongoDB via VS Code, and then we can be able to create the user schema and create the actual function to be able to connect with our database. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to use Mongoose, and we're going to create our schema to be able to add the user in our database. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install the Mongoose package to be able to interact with our database. And the first thing that we're going to do, as I said, is to create a user schema. So I created this models folder, and inside of it, I created the user schema, and this is the actual schema or structure that we're going to use to be able to store our users or users' email address and ID in our database. So it's pretty simple. We're importing the mongoose and we're creating a new schema like this, and those are the properties that we're going to use. Those are the types. So they are, this one is of course going to be unique, and these are required. And this is the user constant that we are going to use. And here we are going to create our model. So if the model hasn't have not been created, we're going to execute this part. Otherwise, if it has been created in our collection, we're going to use this part. And we need to export it to be able to use it elsewhere in other files. And next, what we're going to do, we're going to create the lib folder, and inside of it, we're going to create the connect function. And this is simply the function that we're going to use to be able to connect to our database, and also make sure to use the same name of this variable that you used inside here. So this variable need to be the same as this one, otherwise it's not going to work. So after we did so, the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna go to this page, and this page is how we can be able to synchronize the data from Clerk to, for our case, to our MongoDB. And go to the fifth step, because the other steps are for the local host. And for this one, because we deployed the application in Vercel's servers, so we're gonna start from here and make sure to install this package. So I already installed it, and in here, make sure to copy all this code. And what we're gonna do, we're going to go creating our API folder, and inside of it, we're gonna create the webhooks and create the route.js and paste the whole code from here and paste it in here. And what we're going to add is this part. So inside the if statement, so we're going to deconstruct two elements, the ID and the email address, because this is what we're going to use to be able to store our information into the database, as we saw in the user schema. And we're going to create the new user object based on the schema that we created. So we're having the Clerk user ID and the email address. And here, the try and catch block, we're going to use the connect method that we created into the labs folder. So that's the method that we're going to use. And we're going to use the user element to be able to create our new user into our database. So we're going to finally log things out if everything goes well. So after doing this, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the Clerk again, Clerk website, and we're going to go to webhooks again. So in here, and the URL that we created, make sure to edit this URL. So we're going to add the HTTPS, so we're going to add the S, and also we're going to add the API / webhooks. So make sure to add this step, otherwise we're not going to be able to save the data in our database. And just to show you, like after connecting, or the next step that I forgot is make sure to go to the project. So I'm gonna start from all over again, and into the settings, go to the environment variables, and go to the .env.local and copy all these variables and paste them in here. And then after doing so, the next thing that you will do is, so we need to update our repo. And so I'm going to show you all the commands that I did. So the first command is this one. Sorry, guys. And the next command is this one. So I'm gonna just do this. And finally, we're going to push our code into the repo and hit enter. So after doing all these commands, then and after finishing the building process, so I'm going to log out. Sorry guys, I'm going to log out. So in here, as you can see, so I'm not going to show you all the process because it's working. So as you can see, this is my email address that is stored into our database, and it shows that everything that is working fine. Next, I created the sidebar. So that's going to be the design of our sidebar. So we're having the logo and the name of the application, and also the links that we're going to use, all the menu that we're going to use. So we're going to have the all snippets, the favorites, and the trash. The all snippets, of course, we're going to be able to show all the snippets in here. The favorites, because we're going to create the logic of selecting our favorites snippet. And finally, the trash, if we accidentally uh, delete a snippet, we can go in here and if we want to get it back. So that's going to be the design of the sidebar. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that I did, I created a new folder called components inside the My Notes folder, and inside of it I created the sidebar folder. And of course, that's the functional component. So let's get into our functional component. So in here, we're having, inside this div, we're having these two functional components that I put in here in the same file. So for the utility classes, so that's going to be the utility classes to be able to style the sidebar, which is the parent div for these elements. And so the first one is the logo. So what I did is I just I went in here and I copied this function and I paste it in here. Normally I need to create it in another file and export it just to be able to save some time. So that's what I did. So because, and also it's not a lengthy code. And if it was a big function, so I could not do this kind of thing. And the next thing is the quick links. So this is, it's going to be the body. So in here we are hard coding the actual menus. So the snippet, the all snippets, the favorites, and the trash. And but after we create our context API, and because we need to use this variable or this area of objects where we're going to be storing all of these elements, we're going to use it inside the context API so we can be able to share it with other components. So first I want to just show you how this component is working. So that's the actual body, as I said, and we're adding a little bit of margin at the top so we can have a bit of space between this part and the logo. So that's the actual text, and those are the utility classes that are pretty basic. And here we're using the UL tag, and so inside here we're using the li tag, and so those are the utility classes. And inside of it, we're using the icons. So those icons from the MUI. And the advantage of using the MUI is all the icons are free, unlike the Font Awesome icon library that I was using. And so pretty much we're doing the same thing for the other elements. All what I'm doing in here, changing the text. And then I created or I added this part where we're going to show the languages that we're using for each for the snippets that we created. And also we're going to show the numbers of the snippets, but also the icon of the languages. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this functional component. I called it just languages. And this is the body of the actual functional component. So those utility classes are pretty basic. So I'm not going to go into them very deeply. But the things that I want to point out in here, as you can see, we're using um, inside each div, we're using this div and the this this object. And so I'm going to show you first. We need to install another package to be able um, to use these icons. So I'm going to show you type in npm simple icons, and that's the icon or the package that I use to be able to use these icons. So make sure first to install this before you can use these icons. And we're going to create a function just or a system or a logic to be able to handle that, to be able to know which language that we use in each snippet, and a function that's going to be able to handle that, and it's going to be added in here automatically, and also this is going to be automatic as well. So right now I'll just show you the actual structure of the body. And in here we're using the icons just to be able to show how things are looking. So we're using JavaScript, the Python, and the C++. As I said, we're going to create a function to be able to handle all the languages depending on the snippet or the language that we used in the snippet. And to make this menu interactive, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our context API. Just to show you here into the console log, as you can see, we're having this array, and this array that we're going to use to be able to show or to create our quick links. So we're having, as you can see, all snippets, favorites, and trash, and we're having the a selected property and the icons. So let's go back to the VS Code. The first thing that I'm going to show you is how to be able to create the context API. And we're not going to create the context API just for the sake of making the menu interactive, but also we're going to use it for the whole application, because we're going to use a lot of variables and we need to share them across all the child components in our application. So that's where the context API comes handy. So here, so what we're going to do, so we're going to create first this interface. That's going to be the type of each element of the sidebar menu. So the ID is going to be the number, the name string, the selected boolean, and the icons, it's going to be of type React Node, because we're going to use the MUI icons library to be able to show the icons. So that's why, as you can see, we're using them in here. And then this is the array, and as you can see, so that's how we can be able to add the elements inside the array. And this array, it's an array of objects that I showed you into the console log. So the first thing that we need to do to be able to create our context, we need to use the create context. So this is how we are going to do so. And we are going to store it into the context provider. And so this is going to be the type of the global context provider. And in here, we're going to store or add all the types of the variables that we're going to use across all the application. And here we are gonna set the default values of each property. And as you can see, the sidebar menu and the set sidebar menu, I'm storing them inside the sidebar menu object because later on we're going to add a lot of properties, and just for the sake of making things cleaner and readable, so that's why I added them inside the object, since we're using React and we're using the set to be able to update the value. So that's why I'm doing so. And here I'm creating the global context provider that's going to accept children, where it's going to be a type node. And in here, the constant or the array that I showed you. And in here, we're going to return this. So the context provider, that provider, that's going to accept the value as a property. And in here, we're going to put in all the variables that we are going to create. Now, as you can see, we're adding the two variables that we created. And here we're going to use the use global context. So it's a custom hook to be able to actually consume our context in other child components. So this is how the basic element to be able to create, or basic code, sorry, to be able to create our context API. And to be able to use this, so we're going to go to the sidebar and into the quick links. We are going to consume our context, and this is how to be able to do so. And also make sure to add the export default, because we're going to use this, and the export to be able to use this in other components. And also, so once we did this, and also another vital step, otherwise this is not going to work out, is we're going to go to the layout, and we need to wrap the body with the global context provider that we just created, just to be able to share all the values or all the properties or variables inside the values across all the components. And that's basically how we can be able to create the context API and also to get access to the variable. So now what we're going to do, we're going to use this, and we're going to create a logic to be able to select the elements. So for example, when I click on the favorite, this needs to be selected as false, and the other elements need to be need to be selected as true, and the other elements need to be selected as false, and also the icon, it's going to be changing as well. And now we can be able to select the link that we clicked into the sidebar. So like if I click on the favorite, as you can see, the color changes. And if we log the array into our console log, as you can see, they selected as true, and for the other elements are false. And if we do for the trash, so the state it's going to change to true, and the other ones to false, and that's why we can be able to change the colors for the selected element that we clicked. So let's go back to our code. And the first thing that we're going to do into the context API, so we need to add the font size as 18 pixel in each of these icons, MUI icons. And we're going to go back to the sidebar, and those are the changes that we're going to do. We're going to get rid from the hard-coded li tags that we did, and we're going to use the map function by using the sidebar menu from the context API. And then we're going to use the same utility classes, and the only thing that we're going to do, we're going to use the variables. And to be able to use the variables, we're going to use those curly braces. And so we're going to use for each element, which is the menu that has the property name. So we're going to use the name. And here to be able to use the icon object, we're going to use menu.icons. And we added this on click event listener to be able to trigger this clicked menu. And we're going to pass inside of it the index. And that's the actual function. So this is the index that we're going to use. And we're going to use this map function of the sidebar. So whatever that is happening here, it's going to be stored inside the updated sidebar menu just to be able to handle this logic of selection. So it's very simple. So we're going to use this E, which is the index, and we're going to see if the index that we're getting from the map function is equal to the index that inside the sidebar menu. The E selected is going to be true, and the other ones are going to be false. So that's how we can be able to make this functioning. And to be able to update our state, we're going to use the set uh, sidebar menu. So we're using this method just to be able because objects are stored as with their references, and to be able to trigger the change in state, which it's going to be changed into the UI, we need to do this method. Um, so that's how we can be able to create this kind of selection. And the next component that I added is this little top bar. So we're going to have the image of our uh, email account and also our name and the email address. And also I added this background in here. And also I added the logout button to be able to log out from the application, because the reason why I added this because I wanted to add the user button from Clerk, but when I click on this, we're having this menu and it wasn't looking that good. So that's why I opted for this solution. And right now, I think it is looking much cleaner. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I'm going to get into is the context API. So what I did in the sidebar menu. So I added this object to be able to add the logout button. And this is the icon that I added from the MUI. So it is pretty simple to set that up. And the next thing that I did is I created a new folder. I called it content area inside the components folder, which I created it. And inside the content area, I added the top bar because we're gonna be adding other components in the top bar, so that's why I did so. And this is the main functional component of the content area. And here, as you can see, we're having the content area and we're having the width as 80% because we're taking 20% from the window size, and 80% it's going to be for this to be able to show our notes and other elements. And the background, it's going to be this color, and I added a little bit of padding. And this top bar component, so that's the component that I added. So inside of it, we're having another component, which is the profile user, and those are the utility classes, so nothing fancy. And the profile user functional component, so let's get into it. As you can see, it is inside the top bar folder. And this is the simple functional component of it. So we're using the use user hook because those information are from Clerk. We're not hard coding them, but they are from the Google account that we connected with to be able to access to the My Notes page. So we're going to use the use user hook, and we're going to deconstruct it to be able to access to the user. And also we are creating this div just to show you when I load the page. As you can see, we're having uh, this rounded gray circle, and that's because this loading variable, we are storing the div inside the loading because we're going to use it inside the return function, and we're using the tiny operator. So if the user, so if it is still null, meaning that we're not having the information yet, we're going to show this, that we're going to show the gray circle. Otherwise, if it is not null, we're having the information, then we're going to execute this element or this div to be able to show the image. And here, the utility class, just make sure that the image is rounded. And finally, this is for to be able to show the name and the email address. So we're having the main div, which is this one. So we're having flex and flex colon, and making the size of the text a little bit smaller. Then we're having this for the user last name and first name, and this for the email address. And this is how we can be able to access to the email address from the user object. And this is basically how we can be able to create this one. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the search bar in here. Then I added the search bar. So this is the design of it. It's pretty simple. We're having the search icon and the input tag to be able to search. And we're going to be adding a button in here inside the search just for to make sure that things are looking good. And so let's go back to the VS Code and let's make this bigger. And the first thing that I did, I created the search bar inside the top bar. So that's the functional component. So it's pretty easy. So for the search bar, so that's the main div, and those are the utility classes. So as you can see, we're using many utility classes over here. So we're having the relative. We added a little bit of padding at the left, and the width is 60%. The height is 38 pixel, and the background it's gonna be this color because what we're doing, and the idea that I did is, so we're adding a div with this color, and inside of it we're gonna add all of these elements together. And that's what we did. So we're having the search icon from the MUI, and we added this for the color, and the font size is going to be 13 pixel, and this input to be able to type in stuff. And those are the utility classes. And finally, that's the add snippet button. So I created it into this function separately, and those are the utility classes. And as you can see, we're using absolute. That's why we added the relative into the print component. And just to be able to position the actual div, so we added the top and the right, so that those are the pixels. And for the other elements, we're having the cursor pointer to be able to, when we hover over the button, we're going to have this finger icon, the selected none, to disable the selection of the text. And those are the remaining utility classes, so nothing complicated. And we're adding a little bit of bold uh, character to the plus button, and of course the snippet text or word. And that's basically how we can be able to create this little search bar. And the next component that I created is the dark mode. As you can see, it is fully functionable. So when I click in the dark icon, the background color changes, as also the text is white. So the same for the light icon, and this is fully functionable. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the context API, and because um, we need to store this into an array, and it's going to be at the top hierarchy of our application, because we're going to use this to be able to change the colors for the other components. So that's why we did so. So that's the array, so it's very simple. So we're having the ID, the icon, and the is selected. So the same thing or the same logic that I used for the sidebar, I did it for the dark mode. And since we're using TypeScript, we need to assign the type for the dark mode array. And I'm creating a little interface in here. I'm calling it dark mode type. So we're having the ID, the icon, which is a React node type, and the is selected. Because here we're going to use the MUI icon, which is a node. So, and here in the icon, we are storing the light mode icon and the dark mode icon from the MUI, and also make sure to import them to be able to use them. And in here, in the global context type, we're adding the dark mode and the set dark mode inside the dark mode object. And those are the types. And for the create context, we're setting this so the default values are going to be this. So it's very essential. And lastly, we're adding the dark mode object inside the value to be able to use it in other components. So once we set that up, what we're going to do, we're going to create a dark mode functional component. So in the top bar folder, I added the dark mode functional component. And so after creating the function, make sure to add it in here. And the same for the search bar, something that I didn't mention. So let's go back to the dark mode. And this is the actual functional component. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use the dark mode and the set dark mode from the context API by consuming our context by using the use global context hook. And so that's the JSX. So we're going to use the map function by using the dark mode array. And for each element, so that's going to be its own div. So for the div, so those are the utility classes. So they are pretty basic, and also we're using the item.selected. So if it is true, the background it's going to be this color, and the white it's going to be for the text. Otherwise, we're going to use this as the default colors. And here in the onClick event listener, we're gonna trigger this function to be able to change the state of the dark mode based on the index. So we're going to get the index from the map function, and then we are inside the function, we are going to check if this index is equal to the index that is inside the dark mode. So if it is true, we are going to set the is selected as true. Otherwise, for the other element, it's going to be false. So once this is triggered and changed, this whole div, it's going to be also changing, which is going to be triggering this turning operator to be able to change the colors based on the is selected, whether it is true or false. And finally, here we're adding the item.icon, which is the icon which is this one. So that's how we can be able to create a dark mode, a functionable dark mode component. And the next thing that I added is this shimmer effect for the user profile component. So when I load the page, as you can see, we're having this effect before we can be able to see the information of the user. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create these two elements. So we're storing the span tag inside the load and user name, and this for the load and user email. And we're going to use the same principle that we used for the loading image. So here inside this div, so I'm going to get into this why this, and we're going to use the turning operator. So if the user is still null, we're going to trigger this loading user name, which is just this little box, as you can see, and the background that's going to be slate. And so when it is not null, we're going to use the same span tag that we did before, and we're going to do the same thing for the load and user email. And in here, why I added this just to be able to add the gap or not, because I added the flex colon, and for these two parts they were uh, they they uh, they weren't, or they didn't have a little bit of gap between each other. So that's why I added this gap. So if this is not null, meaning that we're showing the information, we're gonna add the gap. Otherwise, we're going to add the gap. So that's why I added this turning operator. And as you can see, we're having this little shimmer effect, which makes your application look more professional. So now since we're having the dark mode, the component is functionable, we're going to change the colors. So when I click on here, as you can see, the colors turn to the dark mode, except this one, because I want to leave it at the end, but I want to show you step by step how to be able to make this happening. So the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to start from the sidebar. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to go to the sidebar functional component. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use the dark mode from the context API that we created and into the class name, which is the parent div that wraps all of these components, and make sure to add these backticks and the curly braces to make sure that the current uh, turning operator is working inside the class name. So we're going to use the dark mode that I used the index 1 just to refer to, just for reference to the to this object. So if this is one is selected, then we're going to change the colors. So let's go back to the sidebar. So if this is selected, we're going to change the background with this um, built-in color from Tailwind CSS. So we're not going to use any library like Daisy UI or anything like this. We're going to just use what we have. Otherwise, the background it's going to be white. So that's very simple. And for the logo, so what I did, I just changed the text to this just to make sure that this is visible because it wasn't when I changed the background of the sidebar. So the next element that we're going to go is the content component. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the content area and we're going to use the same principle. So we're going to use the dark mode from the context API, make sure to add the backticks and the curly braces, and also make sure to use the use client because this is by default a server component. So you can be able to use the use global context in here. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem, an issue. And this is basically what we're doing. We're changing the background to this if it's is dark mode. Otherwise, we're going to use this color, and this is what we're having in here. And next, we're going to go to the top bar. So we're going to use the same principle, and this is the colors that we used. So if the dark mode is selected, the background is going to be this, and the text it's going to be white. Otherwise, we're going to use the background as the white. And this is what we have in here. So the next component that I'm going to get into is this user profile. So we're going to use the for the user profile, I think we're not going to do so because we already did this into the um, in here. So we're already changing the text as white. So I'm going to get into the search bar and into the search bar. So we're going to use the dark mode, of course, from the context API. And in here, we're going to use the same principle. The background is going to be this if the dark mode is on. Otherwise, we're going to use this color. And also, we're going to do the same thing for the input. So the last thing that I'm going to work on is the dark mode. So that's the functional component. So I'm gonna use the same principle to be able to change the colors when the dark mode is on. And the next thing that we are going to start working on is making this sidebar responsive. So in the first step, as you can see, I'm going to show you like how it's going to be working. Like if I reach a certain size, as you can see, the sidebar is completely hidden. And so that's the first step. Of course, we're gonna start working on other elements like showing the icon to be able to open the sidebar. But just for this part, I want to show you how I made this first. So the first thing that we're gonna do, so we're gonna go to the sidebar. So let me open this, make it a little bit bigger, just to show you what I did. So into the sidebar, so I got rid from the width, and so I added this media query. So I used the max hyphen MT. So that's the utility class that I used. It's going to be hidden. So once we reach this pixel, it's going to be hidden. And also I used some margin at the right just to be able to create more space in here. So, and also for the button, so I did just a small change in here. So I got rid from, so I just added a little bit of width in here because this is a little bit longer and the all snippet was under this icon. So that's why I did so. And also for the content area, so inside the content area, I just made the width as 100%. And and that's how we can be able to make this. So that's going to be the first step. So of course we need to add the actual bars icon to be able to open and close the sidebar, but also we're going to work on this logic to be able to open it and close it. So now if we change, or if the sidebar is completely hidden, we're having this icon to be able to click on to open the sidebar. But also, as you can see, this snippet text is gone and this is rounded just to make sure that all the elements inside the top bar are looking good. But also we got rid from the name of the username of the user or and the email address. And if we change the window, as you can see, all the information are back. And if the sidebar is closed, as you can see, everything is hidden. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this functional component inside the top bars folder. And this is the component, so it's pretty simple. We're going to use this icon from the MUI. And so let's go back to the content area. And so we're going to use this icon or use this functional component with the dark mode inside one div, just to make sure that these elements are always side by side like this. So that's why I did so. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the sidebar uh, component, menu icon component. And what I did, I added this media query. So if we reach this level of pixels, we're gonna um, we're gonna make it visible by using the block property. So it is hidden by default, and it's gonna be visible when we reach this size window level. And into the profile user, to be able to get rid from these texts, we're going to use the same thing. Thanks to Tailwind CSS, we're going to use this classes, the utility classes, to be able to make this happen. And we're going to use it for this div because this is what wraps the username and the email address, and we're going to make this hidden. And so if we go to the search bar, so I'm going to show you how to be able to get rid from the snippet. And so we're going to go to the search bar. And in here, so what I did, I added this utility class. And also, just to make sure that because we're going to get rid from this snippet word, and just to make sure that this is rounded only when we reach this level of pixel, and we're going to use so we're going to change the padding. So the left and the right, it's going to be changing to this only when reach 768 pixel. So that's how we can be able to make the top bar responsive alongside with the sidebar. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is I want when I click on here, I want the
If
sidebar
the
to be
second
going
item of the dark
down. If
mode
we click
area
on
is
this icon,
selected,
as you can see, we're
and we're
having
going to
the
turn
sidebar
the
opened up.
background as this color,
And also
and
the
otherwise we're
icon,
going
it's
to use this
gonna
color.
change to be able to close
And
the
for
actual
this
sidebar.
element, so the only thing that we're
And
going to do,
so
if
if
the item is not
we make
selected, we're
the
going to
window
get rid
bigger,
from the
as you can
background
see, the
as white,
sidebar
and we're
is
going to
back.
just use the
So let's go
purple
back to the VS
text
Code,
with
and
this color. We're going to
and
start from
as you
the
can
context
see,
API, and we're going to create
it
the
is
open
working
sidebar variable
fine.
state, and it's going to have as a value by default false, and also make sure to add these inside the create context, and also inside the interface make sure to add these, and those are going to be the types of the open sidebar and the set open sidebar, and add them in here into the value property. And so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the um, we're going to go to the top bar, and we're going to go to the sidebar menu. And the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use this open sidebar object to be able to access to the open sidebar. And in here, we're using this turning operator. So if it is not opened, we're going to use this menu outline icon. Otherwise, we're going to use the close outline icon, and as you can see, both of them are using the onClick event listener. So to make sure that they are both are changing the open sidebar state. And next we're going to go to the sidebar functional component, and in here I made some changes. So so I added, of course, the open sidebar, and so we're going to add this tiny operator. So if it is opened, we're going to use the fixed method or the fixed position, because the reason why I'm doing so, so always this it's going to be at the top of the other elements. And we're using the Z index and a little bit of shadow just to make sure that we're having to see a difference between the sidebar and this area, so when the color is white. And also it's going to make it look a lot nicer. Otherwise, we're going to use this to make sure that the sidebar is hidden when we hit this size. And so that's basically how we can be able to create this logic. So it is pretty simple. And the next element that we are going to add is this component to be able to show all the task tags. And as you can see, so it is sliding. So we're going to use swiper.js for this to be able to make this swiping. And as you can see, just for testing purposes, I added these repetitive text just to make sure that everything is working fine. And also we're going to have the button to be able to add a tag if we want to. And if we turn dark mode on, as you can see, the colors also change accordingly. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the swiper.js, and so we're going to go to the docs, and we're going to click on getting started, and then we're going to copy this command and go to your terminal and open up your panel and paste it here, and uh, hit enter to be able to install this package. Then we're going to go back to the demos
route, and we're going to go all the way down to the free mode. So this is the actual code that we are going to use for our case. And the first thing that you must do, copy this code. And in here, I created this notes area folder, and I created this swiper selection, and I paste all the code in here. And as you can see, I made so many changes just to make sure that it's going to fit our need. And so I'm going to show you what I did. The first thing in here for the slides per view, make sure to set it as auto. And so I added this div as the parent div, and the swiper tag, I added it inside this div because, so let me close this panel because I added another button over here. And as you can see, I'm using the flex just to make sure that uh, these elements are next to each other, the swiper and the tag button. And also in the global.css, so those are the properties that I'm using. So make sure to add these, otherwise this is not gonna work, and probably you will have things not showing up very correctly. And it took me quite some time to be able to figure that out. And so that's how we can be able to create this swiper selection. And also into the, so let's go to the content area to be able to use this swiper selection functional component. I created this notes area functional component, and inside of it, I added the swiper selection, this one, just to make sure that it's going to be showed into our UI. And as you can see, the design is looking pretty nice and pretty clean. And so the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to work on the actual note, the design of it. So that's going to be the design of each snippet. So we're going to have, of course, the title. So in here, to be able to select the snippet as favorite, the date of the creation of the snippet, the tags, also a little bit of description, and the actual code in here, the language, and if we want to delete the snippet, we can click on this icon. And if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, so this is how it's gonna be looking. And also it is completely responsive. Like for example, if I do this for the size of the window, as you can see, we're having the node taking the full width, and uh, also the number of nodes showing up into the screen, it's going to be responsive as well, depending on the size of the actual window. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so let's make this bigger. And the first thing that I did, I created the uh, the all nodes section. So that functional component where I'm creating the single node functional component. And as you can see, I'm just duplicating them in here just to see how they're looking into the browser. And in the content area, make sure to add it right under the swiper selection functional component. So let's go back to the all nodes um, section. So we're having a bit of utility classes. We're adding some margin so we can have a little bit of space between the tags swiper and the actual nodes. And we're adding the flex wrap just to make sure, because this is what's going to allow us to have the nodes completely responsive, as you can see. And so it's gonna calculate how many nodes that they are gonna be shown into the screen depending on the size or the width of the whole window. So that's why I added the flex wrap and a little bit of gap just to have some space between each node. So now I'm going to get into the single node section. And as you can see, we're having all these functional components. And just to have some readability and cleanness into the code, so this is how I did so. So instead of using all the code inside one div, so I separated all the components or all the code in each component for the node header, and also it's going to be much easier for me to explain what I'm doing in here. So for this div, before I get into this, so I'm using the dark mode just to be able to switch the colors. And here, what I'm doing, I'm just using this media query just to make sure when I hit this pixel or this width, it's the node or the whole node, it's gonna take the full width. So this is what is happening in here, and also I'm adding some I'm fixing the width, and also the edge is going to be rounded, and I'm adding the top and the bottom margin. And so let's get into the node header. So that's going to be the simple divs of or the body of the node header. So nothing fancy in here. And also I'm adding this icon from the MUI for the favorite icon for the node tags. So that's the actual body of it. So here I'm adding hard coding I'm hard coding the tags in here, but when we start working with the actual JSON format of each node, we're not going to do this. And the next is the node date, so that's the actual component of it. So let me delete these lines. And next, so that's for the node description. So here, as you can see, I'm also adding in this turning operator uh, just to be able to switch and change the colors if we turn the dark mode on. And in here, we're using the code block functional component, and we're using this syntax highlighter. So actually, this is a library. That's something that I didn't point out just to be able to add this syntax. So I didn't create it myself. So I used this library. So it is pretty old, but it is still working. And so that's the library that I use. So make sure to install this first into your project before you can use this. And this is how we can be able to use it. So pretty simple. So I'm adding just this variable that has a bit of code in here inside the string. And I'm adding this syntax highlighter tag inside this div. And make sure to add the overflow hidden. So if something goes beyond the edges or the size. So we're going to have this scroll bar. And basically, that's how we can be able to add this in our functional components. So it's pretty easy. And finally, we're having the node footer, and these are the utility or the body of it with these utility classes. And I'm adding this just to see how things are working. At the bottom for this icon, of course, we're going to work on this. We're going to make this automatic. So I'm adding this icon from the simple icons library that we already installed, and the delete icon from the MUI to be able to delete the icon just from here. And the next thing that we're going to be adding is the area to be able to modify the node. So if I click on any node, as you can see, we're going to have this area showing up. And if I click on close and everything goes back, and notice that right now the all nodes are showing up like this, one at the top of each other,
So whenever we open the content node, so we want to make sure that everything looks good when we're doing so. So let me close this and let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you the things that I did step by step. And so we're going to start from the context API and we're going to create this open content window. So I set it up to true just for testing purposes, but it needs to be false by default because this is what we're going to use and this is what we are going to rely on to be able to show this content node. And of course, because we're using TypeScript, we need to use to add these inside the create context, but also for the type, we need to add them like this because we're gonna add the open content node and the set open content node inside this object to be able to use it. And finally, make sure to add it into the value property. And the next thing that we're going to do, we need to create the content node. So right now, as you can see, just to create this logic, I just put some text. But what I did, I created a new folder. I called it content node. And inside of it, I created this file, this functional component. And we're going to go to the content. Um, we're going to go to the content area, sorry. And inside the content area, or inside the nodes area, because that's the, uh, sorry, that's the whole part that we call the nodes area that has this wiper selection and the all the nodes. And what we're going to do, we are going to create this div. So what we want is we want to put these functional components, this one and this one, inside one div. So we can be able to add another element, which is the context node, so it can be next to each other. So that's what we did in our GSX body, and we added the flex and a little bit of gap just to make sure that these are next to each other and the gap. So as you can see, we're having a little bit of space in here. And so here we're doing some logic. We're using the turning operator. So only when we open the content node, the width is going to be 50%. Otherwise, it's going to take the full width. And this is what is happening in here. So you can have more space for this content node to be able to show all the elements of each node. And inside the content node, uh, we're doing pretty much the same thing. So if it is true, we're going to use the block as a display property to be able to show the actual content node. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. And of course, we need to be able to use the open content node. We need to consume our global context to be able to do so. And so right now in this div, we're just adding this just temporarily to be able to close the content node to know that everything is working fine. And one last thing for the uh, single node. So also I did a lot of adjustment in here. So just to make sure that we're having a full width. So we're going to use the same logic. So we're going to use the turning operator inside the class name, and we're going to rely on, again, the open content node. So if it is open, the width is going to be full. Otherwise, we're going to set the width as 380 pixel fixed width. So that's pretty much how we can be able to create the actual content node. And now we can be able to safely create the design of the content node to be able to modify the node or just see more information if we want to for each node that we clicked on. And the next thing that I added for the content nodes before we can fill it up is when the screen is in mobile mode like this. As you can see right now, the content node is centered
vertically and horizontally. So it was positioned before uh, in this position right now. We can be able to see it as a window, and that's very it goes very handy for the mobile users if they want to use the application in their mobile phone. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you the logic that I did to be able to do so. And also the reason why I did so, because I don't want to create another window to be able to add or modify. So it's going to be a total waste of time. So why not use this to be able to do the modification and add in a note, and also to be able to save a lot of time by doing so. So let's go back to the context API. So because this is where we are going to create our this variable is mobile, because we're going to use to know whether we are going to make the content node component or area showing up right at the center of the window. So as you can see, we're going to use the use effect hook, and we're going to add an event listener for the window resize, and we're going to clean this up. So whenever we are changing the size of the window, this handle resize, it's going to be triggered. So once we hit the 60 140 pixel, the is mobile, it's going to be true. So we're going to rely on this mobile variable to be able to do all the logic needed to show the window or the content node right at the center of the window. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the content node and make sure to add this. So let me delete this because this is not going to be used. So we're going to use the is mobile here, and this is what we added inside the class name. So if the is mobile is true, the width it's going to be 80%. So that the width it's going to be like this. Otherwise, the width is going to be 50%. And also, we added this logic, this turning operator. So we need to make it absolute so that it's going to be shown like this. And to be able to center it vertically and horizontally, we're going to use all these utility classes. And also another thing that we need to do is go to the content area, and also we're going to use the open content node in here for this div. So make sure to add the is mobile from the context API. So if this is true and if the is mobile, so the width it's going to be full, otherwise it's going to be 50%, which means that this part it's going to be it's gonna take the full width whenever the content node is open. So that's how we can be able to create this logic. And before creating the design of the content node element, the next thing that I did is I created the all nodes array where we're going to be storing the data of each node. And as you can see right now, that's why we're having the titles of all these nodes are different, but also their dates. And the reason why I'm doing so, because what I want is, like for example, if I open this up and I want to change the title, I want to be appearing automatically in the node that I want to change. So I had to do this at this time. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to start from the context API. And the first thing, of course, we're going to do, we're going to create the all nodes array. And so it accepts the single node type. So just to make sure that the code is not lengthy, what I did, I created another file. I called it types. So this is where I'm going to be storing all the types. And I moved the types that we're having inside the context API inside here. So these types are going to be still intact. And the thing that I added is the export, so you can be able to use them inside the context API. And this is the single node type that I created that's going to match the structure of each node. So we're having the ID, the title, the is favorite, the text, the description, the code, the language, and the creation date. So once we did this, so we're going to go back again to the context API. And first we need to add them inside the create context. So these are going to be added inside the all nodes object, but also we're going to add the types inside the global context type. And at the bottom, we're going to go to the values, and we need to make sure to add them inside here to be able to use them in other components. And this is actually the information. So that's going to be just for testing purposes. And so the all nodes area is going to accept these three objects. So that's why we're having three nodes. And here uh, inside this use effect to simulate the loading of the data, I'm using the set timeout, and I'm calling the update all nodes function to be able to update the all nodes variable. So once we did this, we're going to go to the content node, or we're going to go to the all node section, sorry. And here we're going to, so let's go in here, and we're going to go here, and we are going to add the all nodes from the context API. And so instead of using the single node, we're duplicating the functional component, we're going to go and we're going to use the all nodes array, and we're going to use the move function, and we're going to iterate through each element. And here we're going to use the single node, and we're going to pass inside of it the node or each object. And so once we passed inside the single node the node, then we are gonna deconstruct. So we need to add this as a prop, and it's gonna be the single node type. And we're going to deconstruct the node, which is going to have the title, the creation date, description. So right now I don't want to just add all of these. I want to just show you how I'm doing so for the title and the creation date. And so once we got the title, then we are going to pass the title down to the node header. And we're adding also the title prop in here. So let's go to the node header and make sure to add the title with the title as a string type, and we're going to add the title variable inside this span tag, and the same thing that I did for the node date. So I'm adding the creation date variable inside here. For the node date right now, as you can see, we don't want to be formatted like this. We're going to work on this. We need to create a function to be able to format this as we had. Uh, and that's basically how we can be able to show the information that's inside the all nodes inside each node in here. So now I'm going to continue filling up all the elements like the text, the description, the code, and the language. And the next step that I did, I added all the information inside the all nodes for each single node. I added it inside their components. So as you can see right now, we're having all the information showing up for each node. So let's go back to the VS Code. So we're going to do the same logic that we did for the title and for the date. So for the node header, I added another. So let's start from here. So we're going to deconstruct all the variables or all the properties from the node object. And we're going to start from the node header, and I added the is favorite um, to be able to accept it because we're going to use it in here, and we're going to use a checkbox from MUI to be able to do so. And so this is favorite is Boolean, so we're going to use this to be able to switch the states between false and true. So the next thing is the nodes tag. So we're gonna pass inside of it the tags, so which is a array of string. And in here, instead of hard coding the
the span tags. We're going to use the map function to be able to show all the tasks, all the tags, and this for each tag, we're going to put it inside the span, so we can be able to have these elements showing up like this. The next thing is we're going to go to the node description. So very simple, we're going to use the description as a prop and we're going to show it inside this div. For the code block, what I did, I added another parameter, which is code, and make sure to add it inside the code block props. And so what we're going to do for the code block, we're going to add the code from the node. And so we're going to add the code variable inside the syntax highlighter. And finally, the note footer, we're going to add the language as well, and we're going to add it into the span. Normally, that's something that we're going to work on. We need to create a function depending on the language. We are going to use the the icon object that is referring to the language. So we're going to work on this as well. So this is how we can be able to pass down all the information from each node inside each component, so we can be able to show the information like this. And the next logic that I added, right now we can be able to show the node that we clicked on in the content node. So I'm going to show you, like when I click on the another node, as you can see, we're having it in here, and we can, so whenever I'm changing the node, so it's going to happen automatically and simultaneously. And the same if we do for this node. So let's close that up. And as you can see, the information is still here. And if we want to add the new snippet, let's click on add new snippet. And I'm going to add something in here. And if we go at the bottom, as you can see, we're having a new snippet in here. And everything is gonna be changing simultaneously. That's gonna save us a lot of time. And instead of creating a new component to be able to edit and modify or add a new component, so all we have to do is doing it in here. So let's go back to the VS Code. And we're gonna start from the context API. And we need to store the node that we clicked on in a variable so we can be able to use to modify. And this is what I did. So I added this selected node object. So inside of it, we're going to have the selected node and the set selected node. And so go up here and add the selected node variable state with its setter. And so it's going to accept single node type or null, and it's going to be by default the null. And also make sure to add it inside the create context and also inside the interface global context type. So once we did this, so we're going to go to the content node. And in here, what I did, I added this single node just to be able uh, to store temporarily the selected nodes that we just created. So we're gonna create this and make sure to add the selected node object in here with the selected node, and we're gonna create a use effect. So if the content or the open content node is true, meaning that if it is open and the selected node is not null, so we're doing these checks, then we're going to update the single node with the selected node. And then, I mean, we need to add these to make sure that every time that these are changing, also this also is changing. And inside our div, so we're doing some changes in here. So as you can see, uh, so when the single node is not null, then we're going to call this functional component, and inside of it, we're going to add in it the single node and the set single node, because we're going to use it to be able to update the single node whenever we are changing our input value. And also make sure to add these into the props of this functional component.
And in here, we're adding the all nodes object. So to be able, whenever we are changing the nodes, like in here, this is going to change the all nodes variable where we are storing all our nodes to make sure that this is reflected in our UI. So that's why we added in here. So I'm going to explain this function. And the value is going to be linked to the single node that title. And to be able to change the input, we're going to use the onChange event listener. That's going to be linked to the onUpdate title. And this is the function to be able to do all the updates. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to update the title, and we're going to create it creating it inside the new single note, and we're going to update the single note by using the set single note. Then we're going to update the all nodes array to be able to reflect that into the UI. And this is what we are doing in here. And basically it, so that's how we can be able to reflect simultaneously the changes and the notes as we're doing it in the content note. So now I'm going to show you when I click on, so let's close this and I click on the snippet, how we can be able to make this as new. And also, as you can see, this one has been created. And to be able to do so, we're going to go to the search bar because this is where we are having the new snippet button. And so what I did, I added the selected node object, of course, because we're going to use it. And then I created this function that's going to be linked to the onClick event listener of the snippet button. Then inside the function, we're going to create this new single note. So don't worry about the ID. I know it's not it's not the thing that I need to do. I need to use a library to be able to generate IDs. So I'm going to do this, but just for now, I want to show you the logic how to be able to do this and to be able to create or reflect the notes created in here right away when we click on the snippet. We are going to just use the set all nodes variable state, and we're going to add this new single note into the all nodes. Then we are going to update the selected node with this new single node, so it can be reflected in here. Then we are going to open up the content node. So in here, I need to do some checks, like for example, if the user doesn't type in anything, this need not this doesn't need to be created. Only this need to be created when we do something in here. So eventually we're going to work on this, and we're going to work on all the edge cases to make sure that our application is robust. And now when we click on the add the snippet, and as you can see, if we check all the notes, we're not having any note added. Only if I change the title, it's going to be added in here. So that's the logic that we want to. So we want only create the note or the snippet when we do a change in here. So let's close that up. And as you can see, this is still here. So let's go back to the let's go back to the VS Code. And so to be able to create this logic, so it is very simple. So I created a new element in here, a new variable state. I called it the isNewNote variable state. That's going to be inside this isNewNote object, and it's going to have the false variable or Boolean by default. And then we're going to add it in here into the interface. Then we're going to go to the search bar, and also I added this UUIDV library to be able to generate IDs, and to be able to install it, just make sure to so what we're going to do, we're going to add this to be able to install it and then import it in here. And then we're going to use this function to be able to generate the ID. And in here, we're going to use the isNewNote object, and then we're going to change the state of it as true. And after doing so, we're going to go to the all or to the content node. And again, we're going to use the isNewNote in here, and also the set new note. And we're going to create a use effect that will that we will add the single note only if the single note is not empty. And the single note, it's gonna be as an array dependency. So if the is new note is true, then we're going to check if the single note is not empty and also its title. So if these are true, these conditions, then we're going to add the single note into the all node to be able to show it into the UI, and we're going to set the is new node as false. And that's the basic logic to be able to handle this condition.
So for the design of the content node, so we're going to start by the header, of course, and this is what I did. So that's going to be the design of the node header. So we're going to have this icon because we're going to be adding icons for each element that we want to change, either for the tags, for the description, or for the code. And of course, we're having the icon to be able to close the button. So let's go back to the VS Code and in here, so what I did in the content node header, so I did a bunch of stuff in here. So the first change that I did, instead of using the input, I'm using the text tag. And so also I added the resize node just to prevent the user to be able to resize the text area. The height is going to be auto, and the overflow is hidden, and the wide or the width is going to be full, and the outline is null. And in here, I added this on key down just to be able to prevent the user to be able, when we hit enter, we're not going to be able to create a new line. So in this, we're going to access to the handle key down, and this is the function. So it is pretty simple. So if the key is enter, we're going to use the prevent default to be able to prevent adding a new line. So that's how we can be able to do this. And for the icon, um, I'm using the close icon from the MUI library and the onClick event listener. Of course, we're going to set the is note new node to false and the open content node to false as well. And the onChange event listener, so it's gonna remain the same. So we're not gonna do anything. So we're gonna keep using the same code that we did. And for the text area ref, we're using it in here and make sure to assign it to the ref property of the text area. And basically this text area, it's not gonna help us for anything because I added it to be able to make sure that the height it's gonna be dependent on the. So let me reload the page. It's gonna be dependent on uh, the the length of the text. So that's why I added, but as I said, we're not gonna need this anymore, so I deleted it. And this is how we can be able to create this part of this content node. So the next part that I added is this one to be able to show the tags of each node. So if I click on another node, as you can see, the tasks or the tags change accordingly. And if I do this for this one, so we're having other tags depending on what we're having on the node that we clicked on. And also, as you can see, when I hover over the tags, this little icon show up to be able to add new tags if we want to. And also I added this color. So whenever I hover over this, the color of the tags of the icon of the tags, it's gonna change. And also if I do this for the title, it's gonna change the color uh, of this one. And the same thing if I click on or the focus is lost from this text area, the color it's gonna go back to its default one. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this, but first I'm going to show you how to create this node tags. So I'm going to start from the body of the tags. And so first we're going to have this parent div, and those are the utility classes of it. And we're going to add the icon of the tags. And in here, we're going to create another div where we are going to be storing the tags depending on the tags that we found in the single node. And this is the actual div of it. And here, this is how we can be able to handle the whether we want to open the editing icon or not. So we're going to rely on this hovered uh, variable to be able to show this or not. So this is basically how the body of this whole component. So now I'm going to explain to you how to be able to create uh, this logic of showing this icon. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to add this hovered state. And if we leave if we enter or if we hover over this part, so we're going to handle this with the on mouse enter. So if it is happening, we're going to set the hovered as true. Otherwise, if we leave it, we're going to set it to false. So this is going to be changing whether we leave or enter the part or this whole component in here. And once we're having the information stored inside the hovered, we're going to use it. Um, we're going to use it in here inside this icon. And if it is overed, we're going to use the text as purple color. Otherwise, we're going to use this color. And in here, we're going to use this statement. So if it is hovered, we're going to show this component, which is the icon. Otherwise, it's not going to be shown. And also make sure to add these props, the single note that we're using in the mob function. But first, we need to access the tags property because this is where we're storing all the tags. And this is basically how we can be able to create this component and also this logic to be able to change the color of this part and also to show the icon. And I'm going to show you how to be able to do this for the changing the color for this part. So we're gonna go back to the function, to our function relating to the title, and we're gonna create this onFocus variable state. And so we're going to be adding all of these event listeners, the on blur and the on focus. It's going to handle whether we clicked on or not the text area, and the on mouse enter and on mouse leave. So whenever we hover the text area, this also it's going to be changing. And we're going to use pretty much the same principle that we did for the tags component to be able to change the color of each icon. For the tags component, I added this menu. So when I click on this icon, this editing icon, so we're going to have this menu. So it is just for now, we're going to just show a bunch of tags just to know that everything is working. And as you can see, when the menu is opened, this is still at this color, and we are still having the icon in here. But when I click on it again, so everything goes back to how it was. So to be able to create this, so let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that I did, I created this function, tags menu. This is where we're going to show all the tags menu. So here I'm just creating this for just then our menu is working or not. But after we're gonna create the tags inside the context API that we're gonna use for all the nodes. So if the node we wanna assign tags into the node, so it's gonna be accessible. And in here, so that's going to be the body of it. So we're going to use the UL tags. And so this, it's going to be the parent div. So we're going to have absolute, of course, so that this whole element is not going to interfere with the elements that we're going to be adding. And so we're adding the top and the background, it's going to be this color, the width. So I choose the 60%. And those for the remaining basic utility classes. And of course, we're going to use the map function to be able to show all the tags. And we're going to put in inside this li tag, and those are the utility classes for it. And now I'm going to show you the logic, how to be able to handle the opening or the closing of the tags menu. So as you can see, I added this component in here, and only it's going to be shown when the is opened is true. And I created this variable, a state variable is opened and the set is opened. So when we click on the editing, so when we click on the sorry, let me. So this is the actual icon that we clicked on to be able to change the state of the is opened. So if we click on it, the is opened, it's going to be changed. So if it is true, then this is going to be shown. And also, we are adding this use effect hook. So when the is opened is true, we're going to set the hovered as true, because what we want is when this is opened, we want also the color and this icon still showing up. And another element that I added is this little line inside the on mouse leaf, because the problem that I was facing, even this was showing like this when I hover out of the element in here, these colors go back to how they were. So to be able to handle this and fix this problem, so I added this inside the on mouse leaf. So if it is not opened, then the set hovered, it's going to be false. So meaning that if it is open, always the set hovered is going to be true. And just a way to be able to fix this problem. And when I click on here, as you can see, all so the menu is not here, and the colors uh, the colors go back to how they were. And the next thing that I did is I made the tags functionable. So as you can see, if I click on the is node, because it doesn't have any tags, we're gonna have no tags. And if we click on the another tag, so the tag set is going to be changing depending on the tags that the node has. So now click on this. As you can see, we're having these tags, and the tags that we're having in here are selected. And if I click on tag 5, so as you can see, it is added in here and as well in here. And if I click on tag 2, so it's going to be deleted from there, from here, and also from here. And if I unselect all the elements, I'm going to have the node tags, and also it's going to be changing in this node. And if I click uh, on this button to be able to add the new snippet, and let's add something in here, and So if we go down, as you can see, we're having the new note, but right now we're not having any tags. But if I do something like this and I add these tags like this, and if I go back, as you can see, they are added successfully in this new tag. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. And first, we're going to start from the context API and we're going to create this function. So what we're doing, we are going to use the alt tags area because before what I was doing, I was using the tags area inside here, but now I added it inside the context API because we're going to use it later on to be able to manage all tags. And so first we're going to, so let's go into the variables part and we're going to create the alt tags and the set alt tags. That's going to have the single tag type. So for the tags, instead of using just a string, I changed the structure to be able to add an ID. And that's why I added the single tag type in here to be able to use it. So make sure to add it inside the types.ts because we're going to use it for the alt tags. And in here, we are going to update the alt tags. So that's the array, and we're going to use the set alt tags to be able to update the alt tags variable state. And once we did this, so we're going to go back to the content node, and first we need to use the alt tags from the global context custom hook, and we're going to use the alt tags to be able to show inside the menu all the tags element that we're having inside the alt tags. And the next part is I created another variable state that I called selected tags. And this selected tags, it's going to be useful to be able to store all the tags for each node. So in here, at the bottom, I added this use effect hook. And what that means is whenever the selected node changes, whenever I click on here or on here, which trigger that the selected node changes, we are going to update the selected node with the tags that are inside the selected node. Because we're going to use this to be able to select whenever we are clicking on each node, we're going to select the nodes that each node or the tags that each node that has. So let's go back to the content node. And in here, as you can see, I'm using the selected tag. And just to be able to color the background of each tags that is already stored, we're gonna use the selected tags that sum, and we're gonna use the in the verification, we're gonna use the name between the tag from the alt tags and the tag that exists in the selected tags. So if it is true, the background it's going to be changed so we can know that this uh, like this tag is already been selected. So once we did this, we're gonna go a little bit at the top, but first I'm going to store the tag that I clicked on. So I'm going to store it inside the onClick tag, but I'm not going to use it inside the this functional component. I'm going to pass it up to the parent component. So that's why I'm using this callback function. As you can see, I'm adding it inside the prop of the tags menu so I can be able to use it from the parent component. And this is what I'm doing. So in here, I'm using the onClick tag. And um, so this little algorithm will enable us to filter out. So whenever, for example, whenever I'm clicking on tag 2, so if it is already there, we're going to go to this part. We're going to go to this part. Otherwise, we're going to add it into the selected tags. So that's what I did. And finally, we are going to update the all nodes by using this useEffect hook. And also we're going to update the set single node, and it's going to be dependent on the selected tag. So whenever it changes, we're going to update the single node so that the changes can be reflected in here, but also we're going to update the all nodes so that the changes can be reflected in here. So as you can see, this logic is a little bit complex. It took me quite some time to be able to figure that out, but the most important thing that it is working well. Then I created this component for the description. So it's pretty simple. So we're having the icon and the actual text area to be able to add the description. And as you can see, when I hover over the element, the color of the border changes as well as the icon. And also for the dark mode, as you can see, so I fixed this. So whenever I turn the dark mode on, the colors change for the actual component. So first let's start with this. I'm going to show you how to create this element. So it is very simple. So I created this functional component description. And so that's the body of the description. So we're having the icon. And first we're having this div with the flex and the gap 8 pixel to have a little bit of distance between the icon and the text area. The text is going to be this pixel, and I added a little bit of margin to have some space between these components and the tags. And in here we're having the icon from the MUI, and we are changing the font size. And inside the class name, we're using the margin as well, and we're using this is hovered state. And this hover state, we're going to use it or we're going to change it depending whether we click or leave the text area by using these event listeners. So when we enter the text area, the is hovered is true. Otherwise, if we leave it, it's going to be false. And depending on the is hovered state, we're going to use this as well to be able to change the icon or the color of the icon. So that's basically how we can be able to create this. And of course, we need to call this functional component. So to be able to do so, we're going to go all the way up. And in here, we're going to add the description. And for the dark mode, so it's very simple. So we're going to use the same logic that we did for the other components. First, we need to use the dark mode from the context API, and we're going to use it inside the turning operator of each div that we want to change its color. So this for the header. And also if we go a little bit down in here, so for the text area, this is how we can be able to do this by using the same turning operator. And finally, so the nodes we are going to not do it because the colors are match the dark mode theme. And for finally for the description, we're gonna use it like this for the same for that we did for the other components. So now what we're going to do, we're going to make this functionable, meaning that uh, when we click on the note, this need to be loaded up inside the text area. And when we change the text area, it's going to be reflected in the note. Now the description text area is working and functioning. So let's click on another note. And as you can see, if I click on here, so it's gonna change depending on the description that the note has. And if I do some changes like this, so as you can see, it is reflected simultaneously into the note. And let's say, for example, I want to create a new note, and let's type something in here. And I'm going to add tags, and I'm going to add stuff like this. And if we go at the bottom, we're going to find the modification inside the new new note.
To be able to do this, so we're going to use the same logic that we did for the title. So it's pretty simple. So we're going to go to the sorry, we're going to go to the description functional component. And what I did, so I added this onChange event listener. So this I need to change it to description because I copied it from the the title. So I didn't change the name of the function. And inside the onUpdate description, so we're going to just update the description because we're going to create a new single node based on the nodes that we clicked on, and then we're going to update the single node. And finally, we're going to update the all nodes variable state to be able to be reflected in the UI of our application. And in the value, we're going to use the single node description. So we need to link the value of the text area with the single node description. And finally, make sure to add these inside the props. So also at the top, so let's go all the way at the top of the component and make sure to add the single node and the set single node. And that's basically how we can be able to make this description functionable. Next, I created this component to be able to modify the code in the node. So we're having the actual drop down, so it's not functioning, but we are just designing how this component is going to look like. So here, when we are going to click on this, we're going to have a bunch of languages to be able to select from. And we're having this button to be able to copy easily the code, and we're going to have this editor. As you can see, we can be able to add the code like this to be able to modify the note, and we're going to use a library for this. So I'm going to explain this and how I created this whole component. And if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, the colors change, and also I need to change these tags to be able to have the same color like this one. So before we get into the VS Code, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to install this library. So that's the GitHub repository of the library that we're going to use is called React Ace. And as you can see, we're having all the information needed to be able to use this. So the first thing that you need to do, you need to install the library by just copying this and going to your terminal in here and paste it over here. As you can see, I already did it. And the next thing that you can do is go to the demo of React Ace. And as you can see, you can have a bunch. So that's the code that you need. And also you can uh, modify things in real time depending on your need. And this also is going to change the code, and you can just take the code from here and paste it in your source code. So this is what I did. So let's go to the actual code or the component that I added to be able to add this in our application. So in here, I'm going to start from the body. So that's the body of it. So the first thing, it's going to be for the for this icon. So let me go back to our application. So it's going to be for this icon, and that's the parent div. And here we're adding this div that will contain the icon, and also that's for the whole border. So that's the icon, which is this one. And also we're going to have this for the language dropdown, and those are the utility classes. So you can see them, so I'm not going to go into them. So they are pretty long, but you get the point. So those are the utility classes, and here we're using the dark mode tiny operator to be able to switch the colors. And also we're doing this for this icon, and also we're adding the icon button just to have this kind of animation. So this is from the MUI library. So whenever we hover over the icon and we click on this, we're having this animation which looks good. And in here, so that's the code that I added for the whole editor, and I made some changes in here. So I choose the JavaScript mode. The theme is going to be tomorrow, and the width 100%. The height is 300 pixel fixed, and this for the dark mode. And I added these ones just to be able to hide the numbers in here. I want to just make it simple and clean as much as I could. So those are the options that I choose for to be able to show this as it is, and all of these are false. And that's basically how we can be able to do this. And I'm using the same logic that we used to be able to uh, change the colors of the border and the icons we're using the is overt and the set is overt for this. So the next thing that I'm gonna work on is the drop down menu. So what I want is when I click on here, I want to have a menu to be able to choose the languages. And the next element that I created is this menu to be able to choose the language, and we're going to have a search bar. So because we're going to have a lot of languages, and just to make it a lot easier to select the language, that's why I added the search bar. And as you can see, if I click on this, this icon also changes. And if I close the menu, the icon uh, changes as well. And if we turn the dark mode on, as you can see, also the colors change for the actual menu. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to explain to you how to be able to do this briefly. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this function. I called it language menu. And in here, as you can see, we're adding all the elements that we are going to show inside the menu. So this is going to be temporary just to make sure that everything is working well. And actually, so we're having the ID, the name, and the icon. And so let's go straight into the body. So here, so that's the main div, and we're having the turning operator again, and we're having it absolute just to make sure that we can be able to position it freely, and it's going to be under the menu that we click on, and we're having all the utility classes to position the actual menu. And we're having here two divs. So the first div, it's going to be for the search bar, for the search icon, and then the input for the search bar. And the other div to be able to show all the languages at the top of each other. And those are the utility classes of them. And this is the actual variable to be able to show the icon, and next to it we're going to uh, show the name. And to be able to handle the logic of opening and closing the actual menu, so of course to be able to show it we need to add it in here. So we're adding it above the actual editor, the ACE editor tag. And as you can see here, we're using the is opened. So only if the is opened variable is true, then we are going to show this component. And the is opened, I created it in here, so it's going to have the false value as a value, a default value. And whenever we click on the actual, so whenever we click on this, so we are going to change the actual state, and this is the on-click event listener. So we can be able to change the is opened, and then also we're using this to be able to change the icon um, the keyboard arrow up or down based on the is opened value, whether it's false or true. So this is basically how we can be able to create this simple menu. And the next implementation that I added for the languages menu, so when I click on here, right now we're having a bunch of languages that I added. So those are the most popular languages. And also I added the search. So if I type in py, so I'm going to get Python. So if I type JavaScript, I'm going to get JavaScript. So as you can see, the search query is working and it is changing live. So in that way, the user can be able to select the language a lot easier. But also, if I click outside the menu, it's gonna be closed automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code and I'm going to show you all the things that I did. So I'm gonna start first by this file. So this is where I'm storing all the languages in here. As you can see, we're having the all languages array and all these objects. We're having the ID, the name, and the icon. So I use ChatGPT to be able to create this a lot faster. So you can do so to be able to save some time. So once we created this array, what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the content nodes inside the language menu. And here, so before I start explaining this whole logic, so we're going to go to the GSX and we're going to do some modifications because what we want in here, we want, because we're going to have a lot of languages, and if we don't use the overflow and we don't use the fixed height, so we're going to have this list pretty long. So to be able to fix this problem, so what I did, I added the overflow X auto, and also I added the height as 40 pixel. And for the width, for this parent div, I added the width 2050 pixels, so it is fixed. And also the height is 2020 pixels. So make sure to add this to be able to fix this problem. So also, let's go to the actual code, the logic to be able to handle the search. So what we're going to do, we need to get the all languages. So that's why we use the export keyword. And in here, as you can see, so we're using the filtered languages because this is what we're going to use to be able to render everything into the UI. So first, what I was doing, I was using the all languages directly, but since we're using the search, so we need to use the filtered languages. So let's start from the input. What we're going to do, we're going to link the search query to the value of the input, and we're going to create this onChange search function linked to the onChange event listener. And of course, we're having the search query and the set search query set by default to empty string. And so whenever we are typing in the keyboard, this is going to be triggered. So we're going to change the state of the search query. So every time the search query changes, it's going to trigger this use effect. And this is where we are going to filter the language that we are typing into the keyboard, and we're going to store it into the filtered array, and then we're going to use the set filtered language to be able to update the filtered language, which is inside the div. So this is how we can be able to update the UI. And for to be able to handle when we click outside of the actual menu and close down automatically. So what we're going to do, we're going to first create this menu ref so you can be able to access to the DOM directly. And we're going to create this use effect. So we're going to add this event listener, and so we're going to do a cleanup to be able to remove the event listener. So whenever we are typing or clicking outside of the menu, this is going to be triggered, and we are going to trigger all of this to be able to close the actual menu. So this is how we can be able to create this implementation. So the next thing that I'm going to do whenever I'm clicking on, for example, on Python, this for this note, or sorry, for this note, this needs to be changed. So now we can be able to select the language. So if I open up the drop-down menu and let's choose the C language, as you can see, it has been modified in here, but also it has been modified inside the note as well. The only thing that I need to work on is the icon because I need to create a function to be able to do so. But for now, I'll just show you the logic that I did to be able to create the selection and the update in here and in the node that we want to update the actual language. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to start from the context API again, because what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another variable state, the selected language, because we're going to use this in many components, separate components in our application. And so the first thing that we need to do, we need to create the variable state, of course. And also I created this type, its own type, the single code language type that I added inside the types.ts. So we're having the ID, the name, and the icon. And so that's basically how we can be able to do this. So that's going to be the first step, and make sure to add it uh, like this inside the create context, but also I'm adding it inside the create or the context, global context type. So once we did this, we're going to go to the content node, and first we're going to go at all the way down at the bottom, and we're going to create this function. So this function is going to be linked to the onClick event listener inside the filtered language array. So whenever we are clicking on each item, we're going to pass down inside this function the language. So let's go to the language, and as you can see here, I'm just updating the selected language to be able to store the language uh, variable inside the selected language, and then I'm going to close the menu dropdown by using the set is opened. And another thing that we are going to do, we're going to go at the top in here, because this is where we are showing the elements inside this little box. So to be able to use this, we're gonna again use the uh, selected language from the context API. So that's why we use the context API, just to be able to pass the variable across components very easily rather than using props. So once we can be able to access to the selected language, so what we're going to do, we're going to get rid of this, because this is for the JavaScript icon that was fixed, and we're going to use the icon from the selected language. And also in here, instead of using JavaScript text, we're going to use the selected language.name. So this is how we can be able to update this whenever we click in on the elements. So let's uh, test the search, and let's click on the PHP, and as you can see, it is changing in here. So now I'm going to show you how we can be able to change this one. So we're going to go to the all notes section, and in the note footer, what we're going to do, we're going to use the language. But before Before that, I need to show you another thing because we need to update the single note. So we're going to go all the way at the top. And in here, I created this use effect hook because we need also to update the all nodes. So I created this use effect hook, and we're going to use the selected language as an area dependency, meaning that every time that the selected language changes, this also is going to be triggered, and we're going to use the if statement to make sure that the selected language and the single note are not null. Then we can safely use this code. So we are creating a new variable where we are storing the name of the selected language. Then we are going to update the single note like this. Then we are going to update the actual note inside the all notes. Then we are going to update the single note. So once we did this, because we updated the language in here inside the single note or inside the all notes, so we can be able to access to it, so we can be able to change or update this element in here. And this is what we're doing. We're using the language in here because we changed its property, the language property, in the structure of this particular node. So this is basically how we can be able to create this language selection. The thing that I'm going to add is a function to be able to change the actual color based on the language that we choose. So now when we change the actual language, so let's choose PHP. As you can see, also the icon changes. And if I do it for another language, as you can see, the icon changes as well. So let's click on another node and let's go back to the first node. As you can see, we're going to load up the actual language that has been saved into the node. So let's go back to the VS Code. And the first thing that we're going to do, we need to create a function to be able to return the actual icon that we want. So in here, what I did, I created this utils folder. So just for organization, I added this file and make sure to add the JSX because we're going to have a JSX object in here that we are going to return which is this icon object from this library, React icons. And so depending on the language that we are going to add as an argument inside the function, we're going to return the actual object by using the switch statement. And we're doing it for all the languages that we're having in here. So those are the most popular languages, so that's why I use them. And the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the all notes section, and at the bottom in the note footer function, we're going to add this function inside here. So this is how we can be able to change the icon, but also to be able to load up the actual code right in here. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the content note, and so we're going to go a little bit at the top, and in here inside the, so let's go to the function. So in here inside the code block function, yes, we're gonna create this use effect, and we're gonna use the selected node as an array dependency. So because when we click on the node, the selected node gets updated. So if the selected node is true, we are going to find the actual language inside the languages array. And we need to use the toLocal, toLowerCase function because we're storing the JavaScript or any name of the code lowercase. So that's why we need to do this to be able to create a matchup. And then we are going to use the find language if it is found. Then we're going to update the selected language because we're already using it in here. So we're going to update it by the find language, which is an object. So this is the idea behind this to be able to load up the language whenever we are selecting the node. And now we can be able to update in real time the code. So if, let's say, for example, I duplicate this, and as you can see when I hit enter, so also the changes happen simultaneously at this part of this node selected. And if I paste the function, as you can see, it has been added in here. And if I go to another node, as you can see, we're going to show the code that we're having in the node. And if I add something like this, as you can see, it is added. And also the keywords are highlighted depending on what you are using inside here. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the principle is very simple. So we're going to use the same logic that we did for the text area. And before we move on, one thing that I want to point out into the all notes section, make sure to add the language as JavaScript because we're using the syntax highlighter for this part, and this is what the colors of the syntax goes with the color of the theme. So that's why I choose the actual syntax color, and also you can be able to choose other syntax colors depending on the language, but for my case I choose the JavaScript because it goes hand in hand with the theme of the actual application. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the content node. And so the first thing that we are going to do into the code block function, we're going to add these props, the single note and the set single note. And also let's go a little bit at the top, and in here, make sure to add them to be able to use the single note and the set single note. So let's go back to the code block functional component, and the first thing that I did inside the actual ACE editor tag, the value it's going to be equal to the single node.code, and the onChange event listener, it's going to be linked to the handle change. And for this function, so this is where we are doing the update. So the code, it's going to be the string, and we're going to create a new single node, and we're going to update the code property with this code that we're having in here. Whenever we type in the keyboard, then we're going to create a new array from the on nodes and to be able to update the actual node depending if we find the ID or the ID matches. Then we're going to update the on node and the single node. So this is basically how we can be able to do this actual update whenever we're doing the changes inside the code. So as you can see, it is working fine. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the copy function. So whenever I click on the copy, we need to have some sort of message to the user that the code has been copied, and of course copying this actual snippet. So now when we click on the copy icon, as you can see, we're going to have this double check icon to notice the user that the actual code has been copied. And if we go to empty node and we paste the code, as you can see, it has been copied successfully. So let's go to this node and let's add some stuff in here and let's hit copy. So let's paste our code, and as you can see, it is working fine. So let's go back to the VS Code. So what we're going to do, we're going to go first to the code block functional component, and in here we're going to create this state is copied. So after creating this inside the icon button, so I added this turning operator. So if it is copied, but first I want to show you the thing that is going to trigger the is copy to be to change. So inside the content copy outline icon, we're going to add this function to the onClick event listener. And in here, we're going to just use the navigator that clipboard that write text to be able to copy the actual text. And we're going to set the is copied to true. And to automatically set it to false, we're going to use the set timeout. So after doing this, we're going to use the is copied inside the JSX, inside the icon button. And if it is true, we are going to check to use this icon, which is the double check from the MUI. And of course, we're going to use the same styling properties. Otherwise, we are going to show the default icon. And in here, we're using the is copied variable to the disabled icon button because what we want, so when we click on here and this icon is showing up, we want to disable uh, the copy functionality. So that's why I did so. And that's basically how to create this simple function. Now, as you can see, we finished this whole part, but I did some tweaks. And so the first tweak that I did, and that's something that I noticed when I add a new click on the add the snippet, the problem that I had is this was empty. So right now, as you can see, it is set by default to JavaScript. And also for the height, as you can see, I added a little bit of height for the actual code, but also for this whole component. And for example, if we select another node and we click on here, right now we're having the background of the selected code language is different from the others to be able to know just the difference of the color of the selected language. So let's go back to the VS Code. And so I'm going to start from this part. And in here, what I did to be able to add this changing of the background. So we're going to use this journey operator, and we're going to rely on the names of the selected language and the actual language inside the array of the filtered language. So if they are equal, we're going to change the background. Otherwise, nothing's going to happen. So, and for adding the language uh, code's icon and its name when we add the new snippet. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to the actual functional component, the code block functional component, and in here, inside this use effect, we're going to add this if statement. So if the selected node that language is empty, this is how we're going to know if we're going to create a new node or not. Then we're going to select the first element inside the all languages array. Then we're going to use the return keyword to be able to exit the whole function. So to make sure that this is not going to be executed. So this is how I fixed all of this. So other things that I'm going to, um, I noticed like, for example, if I click on add new snippet, I want the focus to be set automatically. And also, as you can see, even if the focus is set and when I exit or I leave the actual text area, I want this to remain, the color to remain purple like we did for the um, tags. As you can see, if it is clicked, so the color is remain purple. And also I think I need to do it for the actual icon as long as the focus is set to the text area. And the same thing, I need to do it for this logo. So now when I click on add snippet, as you can see, the focus is set automatically to the actual title, and also the color. Uh, it's going to change automatically. And let's say, for example, if I type in something in here and I hover out the actual title, and if I click again, as you can see, we're going to have the color of the icon is set back to the purple. So let's go back to the VS Code, and it's pretty simple to set that up. So what I did inside the content node header functional component, so the only thing that I did, I created this text ref by using the useRef hook, and we're going to use the useEffect hook, and we're going to use the open content node. So whenever it changes, we are going to use the text ref to be able to set the focus by using the focus method. And then we're going to set on focus variable state to true to be able to change the color, because here we are using it inside the class name to be able to change the colors from purple to the gray color depending on the state of the on focus, whether it is false or true. So that's the uh, basic logic to be able to create that. And the next thing that I added is to prevent having empty notes. So let's take, for example, this note, and I'm going to delete the title, the description, and the code. And if I close this, as you can see, it has been deleted automatically. That's going to help us to prevent having empty notes, like I said. So to be able to do this is very simple. So we're going to go to the context API, and we're going to create this use effect that it's going to be relied on the open content node. So if it is false, meaning that if it is closed, we're going to filter all the nodes that their title and description and the code are empty. Then we're going to store them into the filtered nodes, and we're going to update the all nodes by using the set all nodes to be able to update the UI like we did. So now when we add a new snippet, and what we are going to see is that the snippet is going to be created at the top. And that's because we added the date inside each node, as you can see. So this is the formatted date. And right now we are at this date. So that's why we're having this date in here. And also the same format we're going to use for the all nodes. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you what I did to be able to do this. But first, let's go to the search bar, because this is where we're having the add snippet button. And in here, so every time that we create a new snippet, this object is going to be created. And right off the bat, we are going to add this date. So we're going to use this function to be able to convert the date from the new date object to this format by doing this, and then it's going to be stored inside the creation date. So once we're having this, so then we can use the sorting logic to be able to put this always at the top, because that's the new node. So to be able to do so, we're going to go back to the content node, and in here, so what I did, I created a new copy uh, of the actual nodes with the single node that we added. Then we're going to sort the nodes by doing this. Then we're going to update all nodes. And here I got rid of the description. So only when the title is changing, then we're going to create the node. And that's basically how we can be able to do this.
And the next thing that I fixed is for this component when we are using the window like this for the mobile screen. So as you can see right now, we can be able to see all the actual note in a form of a window, and we're having a little bit of space at the top because we didn't, because this was like was overlapped by or hidden um, by this part, so you couldn't see the title and the tags. So to be able to fix this, so it's pretty simple. So inside the content node, at the parent div, so what I added this margin with 50% at the top. I added the shadow and also the height, it's gonna be fixed. And also what I did, I added more space for the code block. So we're going to go to the code block functional component, and basically what we're going to do here into the height property, so I set it to 60, 120 pixel. So that's how we can be able to fix this problem. And the next function that I added is to be able to select the note as favorite. So if we click on here, as you can see, the icon changes, and we already have this as a favorite because the is favorite property of the note is true. So that's why it was filled up already. And also I fixed another problem that I found. So like for example, just to show you, if I add a snippet like this, so it has been added, but the problem that I had, if I add another snippet at the same date, I was having it right beneath this easy note, and I was able to fix this, of course. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to fix this little problem. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to the content node, and here, sorry, we're going to go to the search bar. So what I did here to be able to fix this problem, I added the time as well. So inside the format date, so I added these properties just to be able to add the time, the date and the time into the creation date. So when the sorting will be executed in here, so it's going to take the time into account, and we're going to fix this problem. So now, since the time is inside the created date that we are using to be able to show the date in here, so normally the time is going to be shown, and just to fix this problem, so it's pretty easy. So we're going to go to the on node section into the node date, and we're going to create this function to just return the date. And we're going to use this function inside here, inside the span tag, and the argument, of course, it's going to be the creation date property of the node itself. So this is how we can be able to fix this little problem. So now we're going to go to the checkbox. So instead of using just a simple icon, what I'm using is the checkbox element or component from the MUI, and the icon, it's going to be this, and the checked icon, it's going to be the favorite icon. So these icons are from the MUI as well, and the checked value, uh, it's going to be linked to the is favorite property of the actual node. And so when the node has already the true in its property, its favorite, so it's going to be filled up automatically. And when we click on the nodes, so this is going to be triggered. And this is how we can be able to change the state. So we're going to store the is favorite inside the current favorite, and then we are going to reverse the value. Then we're going to use the all nodes that map function to be able to update the new favorite value inside the node. And then we're going to update the all nodes so that it can be reflected in our or in the UI. So now we can be able to delete the node temporarily. So if I click on the delete icon, so as you can see, it has been deleted, but so it's not going to be deleted definitely. So it's going to be stored in the is trashed. So that's why I use the is trashed property for this. And this is what I'm going to show you to be able to create this. So I'm going to go from the nodes footer functional component. So I added this on-click event listener with this function, and also make sure to add the node into the prompt. And if we go all the way up, as you can see, we're accepting the nodes, so we can be able to know which nodes that we want to delete. So once we can be able to access to the node, so inside the function, what we're going to do, we're going to get rid from the actual node that we clicked on or the that we want to delete. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to copy the all nodes, then we're going to find the index, and then for the clicked node, we're going to create a new object. So we're gonna get so for the all elements remain the same, we're gonna use the spread operator. Then we're going to just update the is_trash property with true. Then we're going to update directly the copy on nodes by using the find index as an index, and it's going to be equal to the collect node. Then we're going to update the set on nodes. So this is how we can be able to do this. And finally, if we go at the top, so in here we're going, instead of using the on nodes directly, so we're going to create or to filter out just the node that have the is_trash property as false. So for the true, they're going to be filtered out. And also another thing, make sure to add inside the type of the single node type the is_trash property. And of course, if we modify this, it's going to show us an error. So in the context API, make sure to add all of these inside the all nodes, the is_trash property as false. So this is what we are going to use for the moment. So the false, it's going to be the default value. But of course, it's going to be different when we start pulling out the information from the database. And finally, in the search bar, so in here, when we want to create the node, of course, we need to add the is_trash property, and the false, it's going to be the default value. And the next thing that I added when we move the node into the trash, so when I click on the icon, as you can see, we're having this notification, and if I click on undo, as you can see, it's gonna go back. Um, so to be able to do this, what we're going to do, we're going to use the this library to be able to show the notification, but also we're gonna use it to be able to show any message that we want for the user. But to be able to save some time, so we're gonna use this. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to install this first. So use this line to be able to install the React Hot Toast library. So once we did this, what we are going to do inside this trash node function, we're going to create to add this code because this library allows us to be able to create custom GSX inside the function toast, and this is what I'm doing. So I'm using this div to be able to add the span and the button, and we're using the flex to be able to put them next to each other. So inside the button, so we're having, of course, the class name, the on-click event listener, and this replay icon from the MUI to show the icon.
and of course the text for the button. And in here, we're having the reset node function. So whenever we click on the button, so this is going to be triggered, and we're going to use this to be able to change the isTrash property back to false, and we're going to update the all nodes so we can be able to get back the node that we want to move to trash. And that's basically how we can be able to create this functionality. And thanks to this library, because it saved us a lot of time to be able to create this um, component in here. And also for the actual component in here, so if we turn the dark mode, so also the colors are going to change depending on the dark mode. And also another thing that I want to show you that I forgot, in order to be able to use this toaster, so we need to create a toaster tag in the parent component. So in here we're going to use into the all nodes page, which wraps all the components that we're having in here. So that's the right spot to put our tag, toaster tag, and we're going to use the dark mode element to be able to change the background color and the color, and we're going to use the structure of the toaster tag. So this is how we can be able to style. So we can't use the Tailwind CSS. So this is how we can be able to change the color. So we're going to access to the toast option and then to the style uh, property. Then we're going to change the background and the color like this by using the dark mode object from the context API. And actually, this is the color that we're using for the background slate 800. So I converted to hexadecimal code because this is what the actual toaster component accepts. And so if it is on, so this is the color of the background, otherwise it's going to be white. And the same principle that we did for the color property. And the next thing that I added are is the three dots for all the elements if the sentence is too long. So as you can see, we're having the three dots in here for the description, but also for the actual note. And to be able to set that up, so it's very easy. So let's go back to the our VS Code. Then the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create this function, the truncate string, where we're going to put in the string and how many numbers that we want to show of characters. So we're going to go all the way up to the component, to the note header component. So we're going to start from here. And as you can see, we're going to use this function that we created, and we're setting the 60 character to show. And the next thing, we're going to go to the node description. And in here, we're going to do the same thing for the code block. And also for the description, we're going to do the same thing in here. So that's pretty simple. This is how we can be able to make this to avoid having long notes. And the next thing that I added, now we can be able to, when we click on the favorites, so let's select this as favorites as well. And when we click on the favorites, as you can see, we're going to show all the icons that we selected as favorite. We're going to show all the notes or all the snippets that we selected as favorite. And let's say if we click in here, as you can see, it's not going to be shown in the favorite, and the same thing if we do for the another note. And if we go back, as you can see right now, it is not selected as favorite. So let's say that this is as favorite and we delete this note. And if we go, normally we should not see the icon even if it has been selected as favorite because it has been added into the trash. So if I click on the favorite, so it's not going to be seen because
we deleted it. And normally when we click on the trash right now it's not working because I need to do I need to work on another functionality. But when we click on trash, we should see the trash, all the icons or all the notes or the snippets that we moved to the trash part. So right now it's not working as expected because I didn't work on this. And as you can see right now, we can be able to select only the favorite snippets that has not been deleted. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So we're going to go all the way up, and here I added this code to be able to do so. So the first thing that I'm going to start with, because I was just using the filtered trash uh, variable, but right now I introduced this filtered nodes variable state with with its setter to be able to change it. So as you can see, um, just by default, we are going to filter all the nodes that their properties or is trash properties, it's going to be true. So we're going to show only the nodes that are not moved into the delete part, and they are going to be stored into the filtered node. um, and also we added this in here. And so next, to be able to handle the logic, so the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to create this use effect. And this use effect will only be triggered whenever the all nodes change. Like for example, if we click on the delete button or if we click on the favorite button, this is going to be executed. So if we are selecting the all snippets, only thing that we are going to filter is the property or the node or the snippet that is not being moved into the trash. And if we select the favorite, like for example, if this is selected and we click on here to be able to change what's happening or update the UI in here. So what we're going to do, we're going to add this code, and this is what's going to happen. If the is favorite of the note is true and it is not trashed, then we are going to update the filtered note. And for this use effect, it's going to be triggered whenever the sidebar menu changes. So whenever we select the all snippet, so this is what's going to be triggered. So whenever we select the favorite item or selection, this is what's going to be um, triggered. And if we select the trash, um, this is what it is going to be triggered. So as you can see, because we moved the another snippet to trash, so it's going to be in here. But now the thing that I need to work on, I need to create functionality to be able to really move or delete the snippet definitely, or to restore the snippet if we want to, by changing some of the icons in here at the bottom. So now when we click on the delete button and we go to the trash selection, as you can see, we're having a new icon in here to be able to restore the actual note. And as you can see, the favorite icon is not here anymore. And also if we click on the note, so we're not going to open up to change it until we restore the note. So if we click on restore, so if we go back to the all snippet, as you can see, now we can be able to click on the note to be able to modify it if we want to, and the favorite icon is back. And also another thing that I added, like for example, if the this component is opened and I click on favorite, so it's going to be closed automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code, and I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. But the first thing that we're going to do, first we need to add the icon. So that's the restore icon that I added from the MUI. So make sure to import it first
at the top before you can use it. And just as a reminder, so this is how I'm getting my actual icons. It's far better than using font awesome icon library, and we're having a lot of icons to use for free, unlike the font awesome icon library. And this icon is going to be only shown if the note is if the is trash of the note is true. And when we click on the actual icon, so what we're going to do, we're going to just reuse the reset note function that we already created to be able to undo the actual deletion. So that's pretty simple. And the next thing that we're going to do, I'm going to show you how to hide the actual icon, favorite icon when this is in the trash side. So let's go all the way back up to the note header. And what I'm doing first, I'm adding the is trashed into the prompt. So also make sure to add it in here, and also make sure to add it in here because that's the property that we newly added. And so let's go to the GSX. And so we're going to use the same principle. So the is trash, if it is false, then we are going to show the checkbox. Otherwise, it's not going to be shown. And to be able to, when we click on, for example, if this is open, then we click on the favorite and it's going to be closed automatically. So it's pretty simple. So what we're going to do, we are going to go to the use effect, and in here what uh, what we're going to do, we're going to set the open content node. So whenever this changes, and if the open content is true, we are going to set it to false to be closed. So that's basically how we can be able to create all of those things and to make sure that everything is working well as expected. And also to prevent to modify the node whenever the snippet is in trash. As you can see, if we click on here, we can't be able to open up the actual component. So again, we're going to go all the way up into the node header. And so inside the click node function, title function, so we're going to just add this. So if it is not if the isTrash property is not false, then we're going to open up the content node. Otherwise, it's not going to be open because we didn't set this condition up. And the next thing that I added is this little window um, or box whenever we want to delete definitely, sorry, the snippet. So as you can see, also we're having this little layer, soft layer that is showing up. So when I click on cancel, as you can see, so the actual window is closed. So the first thing that we're going to do, um, we are going to go to the all notes section, and in the note footer, we are going to create this if statement at the top of the trash not function. So only if the isTrash property is true, then we are going to use the set open confirmation window, which is something that I created to be able to show up or to show the actual window. So it's going to be set to true, and then we're going to use the return so we can be able to exit the function and make sure that all of these are not executed. And the next thing is the actual component itself. So this is the component. So we're having the div, and also we're adding the left and the right, the margin left and the margin right, just to make sure that this is going to be always centered at uh, vertically. And we're going to use the transform property, and the top is going to be 30% to have a little bit of space and room
between the top edge of the screen or the window and the actual confirmation window, and those are the utility classes. And so we're using the open confirmation window to set it as fixed or hidden. So this we're going to create it inside the context API, and the remaining uh, the remaining divs just simply the completion of the actual box to be able to show the message. And if we click on the button, we're going to the cancel button, we're going to set it to false because we're using the open window, confirmation window. We're relying on it to be able to show the actual window or not. And the delete button, and those are the utility classes, so we can delete the actual snippet for the moment. I want to just show you the logic how to be able to show it up. And of course, inside the context API, so we're going to go to the context API, and we need to add the variable states as we did for the other elements, as you can see. And also we're adding them inside the create context and also inside the type. And of course, at the bottom, make sure to add it inside the values property. So this is how we can be able to create this. And finally, we're going to go to the um, page of the my nodes route, and we're going to add this div. So this is what we are going to use to be able to show the soft layer, and also it's going to rely on the open confirmation window. So if it is true, we're going to set this as fixed, and the width and the height is going to be full. The background is going to be black. The z index is going to be 15 to be always at the top of all the elements of the application, and the opacity is going to be this, just to have to make it soft like this. So now I'm going to work on the function to be able to delete definitely the snippet that we want to delete. And now if we move this snippet, for example, into the trash, so we're going to find it into the trash. And if we click on this button and we click on delete, as you can see, the snippet has been deleted. And if we go to the all snippets, also we're not going to find it. So let's go back to the VS Code and inside the delete the snippet function. So this is what we're going to do to be able to delete it, and make sure to add the all nodes object to be able to use the all nodes and the set all nodes. And so if the selected node is not null, and to be able to select the node first inside the all nodes section, we're going to use the set selected node in here. So we're going to add it inside this if statement to be able to update the selected node with the actual node that we want to delete. So let's go back to the confirmation window. So in here, we're going to use the node or the selected node that we updated in here, and we're going to use it inside the filter method, and we're going to use the ID. Uh, so if the node if the selected node is found inside the all nodes, we're going to to filter filter it out. Then we're going to update the actual node, and we're going to the all nodes, and we're going to store it inside the update all nodes. Then we're going to update the all nodes by using this line. We're going to uh, close the confirmation window by using this line. Then we're going to set the selected node as null. Then we're going to show the snippet has been deleted message by using the toast library. So this is how we can be able to do this. So it's pretty simple to be able to delete definitely the snippet that we want to. So the next thing that we are going to work on is to show the placeholder whenever the favorite or the trash is empty. So I'm going to show you. Like if we click on favorites, as you can see, we're going to have no favorites found. So it's just returning a simple text. We're going to work on this. But the first thing that we need to do, we need to create the logic. And if we click on the trash, we're going to find no deleted notes found. And let's say, for example, if I set these as favorite and I go back here, as you can see, we're not having the text anymore and we're having the actual notes. And if we click on a delete and we go back to the trash, as you can see, we're going to find the note in here. And let's say that we delete this and this just temporarily. So we're gonna find no now notes found. And the same thing for the favorites, of course. And if we go back to the trash part, we're gonna find all the elements in here. And let's say if we delete all these notes, so we're gonna get the note deleted found text back, and of course all the other selections we're not going to find anything in here. So let's go back to the VS Code and we're going to go to the all notes section, and here we're going to add these tyranny operators inside the GSX. So if this is selected, meaning that if the all snippets is selected, we're going to make sure that the filtered notes the length is 0 because this is going to be changed also depending on whether we clicked so it's going to be dependent on this use layout effect, and also make sure to use the use layout effect instead of using the use effect, because the problem that I had when I click on here, it's like the all the nodes, the favorite nodes go show up and go away just in a matter of seconds. To avoid having this problem, we need to use the use layout effect to fix this problem. So in here, this is what you are going to do. And if the length is 0, we're going to show the no notes found. And the same logic that we're going to do here. And also the same logic that we're going to do here. Since the filtered nodes, it's going to be dependent on this use effect. And each time we click on the favorites, for example, this is going to be updated, and the same for the trash. So it's going to be very handy for us to be able to use that kind of logic inside the GSX. So it's pretty simple. So the only thing that I need to do is to create components to be able to show in here. And that's going to be the design of the empty placeholder. So we're going to have a big icon, some text, and for the all snippets, we're going to have this button to be able to add the new snippet. And if we go to the favorites, as you can see, we're having the same structure, an icon and this text. And if we go to the trash and let's restore all of these elements, so we're going to find this. And if we go back to the all snippets, as you can see, we're not having the icon and the text and the button. So let's go back to the VS Code, and the most or the first thing, sorry, that I'm going to create is this functional component of the placeholder. And since we're going to use this empty placeholder in 3 positions, so I want to make sure that it's reusable. So uh, so um, this function will accept 3 elements or 3 arguments: the MUI icon, the text, and the is new. So the MUI icon, it's going to be a type of React node. The same for the text, and is new is Boolean. So I'm going to show you how to be able to use this. And here inside the GSX, so so that's the object, the icon, the text, and if the is new is true, then we are going to show the button, and I did added the is new, and as you can see, it is now required
because we're going to use it only for the all snippets. And of course, those are the utility classes. So now we're going to go back to the all nodes section. So instead of using in here simple text, so we're going to use the empty placeholder. So that's for the all snippet selection. So we're going to use the text snippet out icon. And so that's going to be the text. So in here, we're using the actual um, nodes. So that's why we selected or we choose React Node into the props of the empty placeholder functional component. And as you can see here, we are setting the isNew as true because we want to show the button only if the all snippets is selected. So in here, we're going to do the same thing. So the only, because I made this functional component reusable, so the only thing that is going to change is the icon and also the text, and the same for if we selected the trash, uh, selection. So this is actually is working well, as you can see. So next, when we don't have any snippets yet and we click on the add the new snippet, so we're going to have this opening up as we do for the button. And if we add stuff like this, as you can see, it has been added automatically. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So the first thing that I did, I went to the empty placeholder, and here we are going to take the function that we had inside the add snippet button, but we are going to use it in here, and then we are going to export it. So inside this function, so it should accept all of these because this is what we are going to work with to be able to add a snippet successfully. And the function format date, it's going to be inside this function. So to be able to make it reusable and shared between this component and the when I click on here. So, I didn't change anything. So the only thing that I did, as I said, I added these props, but also I added the export keyword so you can be able to use it inside the search bar in here. And what I'm doing inside the onClick event listener, so I'm just calling the context note, and we are passing inside of it all of these props in here, all of these objects. And also inside the empty placeholder, we are adding all of these elements from the context API so I can be able to use them inside this function. And this is basically how we can be able to add a new node just from here and also from here. The next thing that I worked on is this part. So we are going to show dynamically the numbers of languages that we choose in all snippets. So for these nodes, as you can see, we're having two nodes that have JavaScript, and this one has Python. This is what we're having, two for JavaScript and Python 1. So let's say that we um, change this node to JavaScript. So as you can see right now, we're having JavaScript as 3. And let's go to another node and let's choose something randomly like this. We're gonna have for the Go language 1 because we changed this node's language to Go. So let's add another snippet, and as soon as this has been created, as you can see, this was incremented by 3. And if I choose another language just randomly, so it's going to be added in here. So as you can see that everything is working fine. And let's say that we delete this, and we're going to delete it definitely. So it's going to be updated in here as well.
So let's go back to the VS Code, and the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to create a new variable state because this it's going to be used in two components, separate components. So that's the actual variable state that I created. So I called it the code language counter and its setter. And so that's the type or interface of it. So we're going to have a language and the count. And also make sure to add them into the global into the create context function and the global context type. And also at the bottom, make sure to add it into the value property in here. And just to be able to trigger the updates whenever we change something into the snippet. So we're going to use this use effect hook. And so we need to create an object or an array to be able to just count the languages. And this is the actual structure or code that we're going to use. So the first thing that we're going to create this language count that's going to have this type, and we're going to go through each single snippet or note, whatever you want to call it. Then we are going to extract the language and store it into the language variable. And then we are going to use this if statement. So we uh, if we already found the language. So we're just going to increment by one. Otherwise, we're going to use it as a key and we are going to set the value of it as one. Then we need to convert this object into an array, and this is what we are going to do. And we need to sort the elements so always that the number or the number that the upper number is going to be always at the top. So that's why we're using the sort function. And we're going to update the this or the code languages counter so this can always be updated whenever we make a change into the all nodes. So once we set that up, we're going to go to the search bar and we're going to go to the sidebar and into the languages function. So we are going to get the code languages counter. And so we're going to add this. So previously what we were doing, we were hard coding uh, things or items or elements like this. But now we are going to use this to be able to make things dynamically. So the first thing that we're going to do, want to make sure that we want to show this only if this has the length more than 0. So if it is the case, then we're going to access this part. And in here, we're going to use the code languages counter. And so we are going to show the icon and the name of the language. So in here, as you can see, we're using this function that we already created. So we're going to reuse this function to be able to show the specific icon depending on the name of the language. And this is what we're doing, and we want to make sure that's because the language, as we saw into the context API, so it's going to be lowercase, so we need to get the first occurrence capitalized before we can add it into the get language icon to be able to get the icon successfully. And also we're going to do the same thing here because it's already lowercase. As I said, we need to get the first occurrence capitalized so we can have this kind of result. And this is how basically we can be able to create the logic of this dynamic component. And the next thing that we are going to work on is the tags. So as you can see here, if you notice, we're having a little bit of space between those three items. And the tags and the logout. And if we click on the tags, as you can see, we're going to have this little window popping up just for right now, just to make sure that our logic of opening and closing the text window is working well. And if I click on close, so it's going to be closed. And these items are totally separated from these elements. So let's go back to the context API. So this is where I'm going to start from to be able to create that kind of thing. So I created um, these the open tags window variable state and the tags and the logout menu array, which going to include these two items. Just make sure that these two elements are separated from these three elements. So that's the first step that I did. And we need of course to add them into the create context and the global context type and the values property um, at the bottom in here. So after doing so, we're gonna create a new component. And what I did, I created this tags window and I created the component tags window. And this is the actual functional component. So we're having this div, the main or the parent div with these stylings just to make sure that this is going to be always centered if I change the actual window as you saw. And so we're having the header, so that's the functional component responsible for this part, the logo, the name of the window, and the closing button. And this is the actual JSX of it. And here we're going to use the open tags window. And as you can see here, we're using this journey operator. So if it is true, we're going to use the fixed position. Otherwise, it's going to be hidden. And also we're going to use the set open tags window inside the header. When we click on the close icon, we're going to set it to false so that will be hidden. So that's the basic logic to be able to open the tags window and close it. And in this window, I added this search bar, I added this button, and of course, the tags that we are going to show in here. And so I added this to be able to drag and drop the actual tag and to be able to modify or delete the tag. So we're going to use this button. So this is going to be the final design of our tags window. And let's say, for example, if I click outside in here, as you can see, it's going to be closed automatically until I click on the tags menu. So let's close that up and let's go back to the VS Code. And in here, I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. So the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our search bar functional component. And those are the all utility classes of this of the body of the search component. And of course, we're going to use the input tag. And here in the button, we're using again an icon and also add tag text inside the span tag. And for the tags list, so this is going to be the parent component. And as we see here, we're using the fixed height and the overflow auto so that if we're having a lot of elements, so that's why I'm adding them to be able to just see how things are looking and to be able to fix any problem that comes up. And so I added the overflow just to have this scroll bar to be able to scroll through all the elements. And in here, I added the single tag for each item or each tag uh, that we're gonna use. And as you see here, I'm hard coding them
just as I said, to see how things are looking. And this is the whole body of this single tag that we're going to use for each tag. And also inside the context API, just added this inside the useFix. So whenever the sidebar menu changes and we want to check that the open tags window is true. So if it is, we're going to set it as false so that the tag window is closed whenever we change the menu in here. So the next thing that I added is when I click on the add tag, as you can see, we're going to have this new component to be able to add a new tag. So we're having the header, the input, and the two buttons to be able to whether add a tag or cancel. So we can, when we click on here, it's going to be closed. And let's say, for example, if we click on the add tag, so we're going to have only this. So it's going to be a shortcut to be able to add a tag just from here without opening this tags window. So let's go back to the VS Code. So let's open up our Explorer bar. And so what I did, I created this functional code. So I called it add tags window. So that's going to be the whole functional component. And so we're going to start from this div. So that's going to be the parent div. And those stylings, just for to make sure that the window is going to be always centered because we are going to use it as the fixed position, as you can see. Also, we're using the open new tags window variable. If it is true, it's going to be fixed. Otherwise, it's going to be false or hidden to be able to hide the window. And this is going to come from the context API. So we're going to use the same principle that we did for the tags window, for example, or for the note or the snippet content. And here this to be able to shrink the actual size of the window when we hit 140 pixel for phone mobile screen, a little bit of shadow, and here for the dark mode. So if it is true, this is the color for the background. The text it's going to be white. Otherwise, we're going to use the white color and we're going to use the border. So here we're having three components. So we're having the header, we're having the input and this little text, and we're having the three buttons in here. So for the header, so that's going to be the functional or the body of it. So as you can see, so nothing complex here. We're having this for the parent component of the header, and here we're having the add new text and the close button. So whenever we click on this, so we're going to set the open tags window to false. So this can turn to false, and then it's going to be hidden. So next we're having the add tag new, and here as you can see, we're adding this placeholder variable state. So the tag name, so it's pretty straightforward because we are using it inside the value. So whenever we are changing the text in here, it's going to be stored inside the tag name because we're using the onChange event listener. So whenever we are typing inside the input, we are going to trigger this, and then we are going to update the tag name. But for the placeholder, if you noticed right now we're having this tag name, and if I click on cancel and add and open up the window, we're going to have another tag name. So to be able to create this, so the first thing that I did, so let's go all the way up. I created this tag suggestions area where we are adding all of these suggestions that we're going to use inside the placeholder. And to make them random, we're going to use the use effect. So it's going to be dependent on the open new tags window. So whenever the window open up or close, it's going to trigger this. Of course, we're going to set the focus for the input, and then we're going to use and then we're going to use the floor and the math that random to be able to random the indexes inside the tag suggestion, and then we are going to use this random tag index inside the tag suggestion inside the array to be able to update the placeholder, and this placeholder is going to be linked to the placeholder property inside the input. So that's the basic example to be able to create this. So it's very simple. And inside the class name, we're going to use the dark mode, of course, to be able to change the colors. And those are the utility classes for the input. So I'm not going to get into them because they are very simple. And lastly, we're having the button group function, and here we're adding the buttons. So that's for the cancel button, and that's for the add button. And for the add button, when we click on it, we're going to trigger the handle add tag function, which is this. Right now, we are just logging out this text. Otherwise, we are going to set the open new tags window to false so that the window is closed. And one last thing, as you noticed right now, when we open the window, we're having the soft layer. And to be able to do this, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the page uh, to the main page of my notes page. And in here, we are going to add the open new tags window. So if it is true, we're going to add in it inside with the open confirmation window, so we can be able to trigger this div, which is this soft layer that we're having in here. And also to be able to open the window from here, so it's very simple. So the thing that we're going to go to is the content area functional component. And in here, so we're going to go to the, so sorry, we're going to go to the swiper selection. Then in here, we're going to go to the button, so that's the add tag button, and we're going to add the set open new tags window as true, and also make sure to add in it where inside the use global context to be able to use the set open new tags window. And the most important thing to be able to use this, so that's something that I had to explain before I start explaining the creating the window. So we need to add them inside the context API like we did for the other variables. So this is the actual variable that we added inside the context API before we can use them and creating the window to be able to add the tag. So after creating the tags window, the next thing that I added is the tags inside the swiper selection. And this is how it's going to work. So it's going to be, the all, it's going to be selected by default, but if I click on tag 3 and or tag 4, so the all it's going to be unselected. And here, as you can see, we are going to use the multi-selection tags. So this is what I'm doing. And if I click on all, so all the elements that I clicked on will be selected automatically. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how to be able to do this. So inside the swiper selection, so what we're going to do, we are going to use, instead of hard coding all these swiper slide tags, so we're going to use the alt tags, and we're going to use the map function, and we're going to map through each tag, and we're going to use the swiper slide. And in here, so we're going to just add the utility classes that we added. But as you can see, we're using the tags selected and the index. So I'm going to explain this. And so whenever I'm clicking on the tag, so it's going to be triggered. And this is what we are going to use to be able to handle the multi-selection. So let's start first by adding the tags selected array. So it's gonna be a boolean, an array of boolean, just to show you how things are working in the console log. So if I open up this, as you can see, it is true. When I click on tag 3, this is going to be false, and this is it's going to be true because this is the index 0, this is the index 1, and this is the index 2. And if I click on these, so this is going to be true, this is true, and this is true. So this is the logic that we are going to use. And to be able to fill this tag selected up, so we are going to use this use effect, and the alt tags is going to be inside the array dependency. So whenever the alt tags changes, this is going to be triggered, and we want to make sure that the alt tags is not null. And then we are going to create the new tag selected. It's going to be based on the length of the alt tags, and it's going to be false by default. So all the values inside the array are going to be false. And then we're going to set the first index or the zero index true because this is the all value. And then we're going to update the tag selected by using this line. So whenever we click uh, on the tags, this, as I said, is going to be triggered, and we are going to pass inside of it the index. So the first thing that we are going to do, we are going to create a shallow copy of tag selected. So if the index is 0, this first is going to be true, and we are going to turn all the tags that we clicked on. So any text that is true, it's going to be set to false automatically, and this is what's going to happen in this code. And we're going to use the return keyword uh, to exit the function. If it is not the case, so if the index is different than 0, we are going to set the all as false. So that's the index 0, it's going to be false. And any element that I clicked on, so if it is false, it's going to be true. And then we're going to update the tag selected. So that can be reflected in the UI. And this is how we can be able to create the logic or the multi-selection logic. And also another edge case that I fixed, like let's say, for example, if we select this tag, tag 4, and we click on this, so it's going to turn the first index as true automatically because this is something that I didn't. And to be able to fix this, so what we're going to do, we're going to add these lines of code. So if all the tags are false, turn the first one to true, and we're going to use the every function. So if this is true, then we're going to set the first index as true, and we're going to update the tag selected. So the next thing that I added is to be able to add the tag. So if we open the window and let's click on tag 9, and when we click on add tag, as you can see, we're having this notification and the tag 9 is here. And if we go to any node and we click on here, as you can see, the new tag is here, and we can be able to select it as we saw. And so also another thing that I want to show you, like for example, if this is empty and we click on add tag, we're going to have this error message. And if, for example, we want to add a tag that is already existing, so we're going to have another error. So we're going to be handling all of this. So also for the tags that don't have, for the nodes that don't have any tag, and if I select the new tag, also it's going to be selected because we are using the same array from here. The same array that we're using in here is used for each node. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you all the operations needed to be able to do this. So the first thing that we're going to do, we are going to add the tag name right into the parent component, which is the add tag name. And here at the bottom, inside the add tag input functional component, as you can see here. So in the prompts of it, we're adding the tag name and the input on input change, which is a callback function. So if we go to this component, as you can see, we are going to add the tag name um, from here, and the on input change, it's going to be added right inside the on change event listener. So whenever we are doing a change inside the input, so we're going to call this, and this as is a callback function, so it's gonna go at the top of the print component, and here we are going to do the change of the tag name by storing the new value inside this constant. And then we're going to use the set tag name to be able to add this tag name variable state. So once we have this stored into the tag name, so we need to use it when we click on the button. And this is what we are going to do. So we're going to go right into the button group, and we need to add the tag name to be able to use it. And in here, we are going to use it inside this function to be able to add the new tag. So here, as you can see, we're creating this handle tag add tag function that is linked to the button. And this is here, we are going to do first some checks. We are going to check if the tag name is not empty. So if it is empty, we are going to update the error message variable state. So I'm going to show you how to be able to set that up. And we're going to exit the function. And also we want to make sure that the tag that we want to add is not already existing. And this is the if statement that we're going to use. And for this case, we're going to use the sum function inside the all tags array. So if it is not true, then we're going to call this function. So this function, I put it inside here because later on we're going to use MongoDB to be able to add the tag in our database. So that's why I set the function outside of the tag window function so it can be more readable. So first here we're adding all these prompts and we're going to use this. So it's pretty simple. First we're going to create a new tag object and we're going to use the try and catch block, and there here because we did all the checks, then we're going to just add the new tag inside the alt tags by using the set alt tags, and we're going to close the window by using this line, and we're going to show this success message by using the toast function. Otherwise, if it is an error, we're gonna log it out in our console log. So now let's go to the all the way up, and I'm going to show you how to be able to handle the error message. Of course, we need to create the error message variable state, and also here in the use effects, what we are doing, we need to make the tag name and the error message empty. So whenever we open the window, so this use effect will handle this. And here in the add tag name, we are adding the error message and the set error message inside the tag name because we're going to use them. So I'm going to show you how we are going to use them. So at the bottom of the input, as you can see, so this is how we are showing the error message. So if the length is upper than 0, then we're going to show this div. So we're having the icon from the MUI, and also we're showing the error message. And in here, we're using the use effect hook. And whenever the error message changes, we are going to set back the focus because sometimes when we have the error, so let me close this. When we have the error and click on the add tag, the focus is lost. And this will handle this. And if we go all the way down to the actual button group functional component, because this is where we are updating the error message variable state, and this is what we are doing. So if it is empty, so we are going to update the error message by this message. Otherwise, we are going to update this message if the tag is already existing, and that's why we're adding it inside the props of the button group. And this is basically how we can be able to add a new tag and to handle all the edge cases if it is empty or if the tag is already existing. And the next thing that we're going to do is editing the tag. So when we click on the in this icon, so we're gonna use the same window that we're using to add the tag. So the only thing that we're gonna do is to change the edit tag into the header, but also the button, it's gonna have the edit tag. But if I hit the cancel and I want to add a new tag by clicking on this button, as you can see, we're going to have the add new tag and the add tag. So right now I didn't create the function to be able to edit the tag. So I want to just show you the logic that I used to be able to change or to select that the add is going to be edited. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're gonna start from the context API. And what I'm going to do first, I'm going to create the selected tag edit. So that's the variable state, and of course it's gonna have the type single tag type, and also make sure to add it into the global context type. So this is what I did in here, and these are the types of each variable, and also make sure to add it into the create context. So if I scroll down at the bottom, as you can see, we're having it in here, and the null, it's going to be the default value of it. And if we go all the way down, uh, inside the value property, make sure to add it like this. So the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to go to the tags window, and we're going to start from the single tag, and we're going to go specifically to the edit rounded icon, which is this button. And we're going to create this open tag window function. So we're going to pass inside of it the tag that we clicked, and this is the function, and this is the tag parameter or argument. And the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to open the new tags window, and we are going to update the selected tag to edit with the tag that we want to edit. So that's the first step. And the second thing that we are going to do is we're going to go to the add tag window, and so we're going to start from the header to be able to change whether we're going to use the edit tag or the add tag. And of course, we need to add these in here. And so this is the turning operator that we're going to use. So if the selected tag to edit is not null, meaning that it has some value in it, we're going to use the edit tag phrase. Otherwise, we're going to use the add new tag. And in the close icon, so whenever we click on the close icon, so first, of course, we need to close the window by using this, and we are going to set the selected tag to edit variable to null. And so if we go all the way down into the buttons functional component, so in here, this is what we are going to do for the button. For the cancel button, we're going to set it to null, but also the button that we want to edit, we are going to use the same logic. So if the selected tag to edit is not null, we're going to use the word edit tag. Otherwise, we're going to use the add tag. And this is basically how we can be able to switch between edit a task and add a task inside the same window. So the next thing that I need to do, I need to work on the logic. So whenever I want to edit, for example, this tag, and I type in something and I click on edit, this is going to be tag. This is going to be edited because right now if I do something, it's going to be added. So I didn't create this logic yet. And the next thing that I added is being able to edit a tag. So before I start editing a tag, as you can see right now in these three snippets, the shared tag is the tag 2. So let's open this. And as you can see right now, we're going to have the tag 2, which is the tag that we clicked on. And let's type in something new in here. And as you can see, when I click on edit, as you can see, it is edited and successfully. And if we click on add a new tag, as you can see right now, we're not having anything. But if we close this and we go into our dashboard, as you can see, the tag number 2 inside all these snippets became new tag. So that's what we are going to create. And as you can see also in here into this part, the tag number 2 is became new tag. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you how I did. So the first thing that we are going to do, we're going to go all the way up into the header, into the add tag input. And I added this new use effect. Um, sorry, it's not in here, but into the parent component, which is the add tag window. So in here, as you can see, I added it, the use effect, so it's going to be dependent on the select tag to edit. So if it is not null, we are going to set the tag name as the selected tag to edit dot name. So that's the first step. So the second step that we are going to do, we are going to go all the way down into the button group functional component. And what I did here the inside this so what I did, sorry, inside this function handle clicked tag, and that's the function that I renamed because we're gonna add another function in here which is called handle edit tag. So we're going to keep these checks the same, but we're going to add this if statement. So if the selected tag to edit is not null, we're going to call the add new tag function. Otherwise, we're going to call this handle edit tag. And this is the function that will handle the logic of editing. And as you can see, we're accepting all of these variables. So unlike the add tag function, so we're adding the selected tag to edit and the set selected tag to edit. We're adding the all nodes and the set all nodes to be able to update all nodes. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to update the all tag. So by creating this array or this variable, and then we're going to update all the nodes by doing this algorithm. So we're gonna start using the map function, and we're gonna use the sum function to be able to see the tags, at least the tag found in the array of the tags property inside the node. So if it is true, then we're going to start updating all the tags found inside this array by applying this algorithm. And then we're going to update the all tags and all nodes. And this is how we can basically update and edit the tag inside all nodes and editing, of course, the tag in here. So the final thing that you are going to do is to delete the tag when we click on here. And now we can be able to delete the tag that we want. And before we can do so, the first thing that I want to show you, like these snippets share the tag number 2. And when we delete the tag 2, it's going to be deleted also from these snippets. So let's click on this icon. And as you can see, we're going to have this a message telling us that the tag has been deleted successfully. So let's go back to the all snippets, and as you can see, the tag number 2 is has been deleted all inside these snippets, but also we're not going to find it in here. And if we go back to the tags window and we click in here and we delete all the tags, as you can see, we're gonna have this icon and this text telling us that there is no tag found. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're gonna start, of course, from the tags window, and mainly from so let's go all the way down at the bottom from the delete um, rounded icon. So normally I need to put this in this div. And so whenever we click on it, we're gonna trigger this function. So the delete tag will accept all of these elements to make sure that the tag is updated in all tags, but also in all nodes. And of course, we need the tag itself because this is what we're gonna rely on to find the specific tag that we want to delete. And of course, here we're gonna use the try and catch block. And the reason why I use this function outside this uh, tags window functional component, because later on we're gonna add other code to be able to interact with our database. So first we're going to delete the tag from all tags like this. So we're going to filter out the tag that we want from all tags. Then we are going to execute this to be able to filter out the tag from each node or each snippet inside the all nodes array. Then we're going to return this success message. And finally, we're going to update the states so we can be able to update the UI. And this is basically how we can be able to do so. And also another change that I did for not showing the all element inside the all tags. So what I did first, I created this to be able to filter out the all name, then I'm going to use it inside here. And the reason why did so, because I want to calculate the length of the all of the tags um, based on its numbers without the all elements. So I can be able to show this empty placeholder. And this empty placeholder is we're gonna reuse it uh, and it's gonna be the same for the empty placeholder that we used in here. So I'm not gonna use the button. So the only thing that I used um, is the MUI icon and the text to be able to show the icon and the text, of course. And the next function that we are going to create is the counting the snippets or the tags found in all these snippets. So as you can see right now, the tag 2 is inside the 3 snippets, and this is what we're gonna find. So all these nodes have the tag number 2, and let's go in here and select the tag 2, and let's select these tags, for example. And also we're going to unselect the tag 2. And so we're going to go back to the tag. As you can see right now, we're having the tag 2 inside one snippet, and this is what we're having. And the tag 4 and tag 5 also are inside in one snippet. So I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. So it's pretty simple. So we're going to create this function. I called it count tag in all nodes that is going to accept the tag, and we're going to create the count variable with the 0 value, and we're going to use the for each loop, and we are going to iterate through each snippet or each node, and if we found at least one tag inside the tags array in the node, we're going to increment the count. So this is basically what we're going to do. And here we're going to return the count because we're going to use it in here inside this span. And of course, with the tag to be able to make this calculation. And this is basically how we can be able to create this function. And now we can be able to search the tag that we want. So if we type something in here, as you can see, we're going to find the tag that we want. And if we don't find any element that we're searching for, we're going to have the no tags found icon and the search icon and the no tags found text. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so we're going to start all the way at the top. So we're going to create the search query and the search query, and of course it's going to be empty. And we are going to add these inside the search bar because this is where we're having our input. And so the value of the input is going to be linked to the search query. And whenever we are making a change inside the input, we are going to update the search query by using the set search query by using the on change event listener. So this is how we can basically store the things that we are typing inside the input inside the search bar functional component. So once we're having this information, we're going to go to the tags list because this is where we are showing our tags. And of course, we need to add it inside its prop or its props. And in here, we're going to create this array, and it's gonna be relied on the filter all item from all tags because as I said, we don't want to show the all item. And we're gonna use the includes to be able to filter out the elements or to get the name that we want from this array. And of course, we're going to use this array in here. And so the reason why I added also in this condition, filter all items from all tags, length is different than 0, because if we delete all the tags in here, so let's do it. If we delete all the tags in here, instead of having these two empty placeholders, the no tags found, and this showing up, so we're adding this condition because these are gonna, their length are going to be 0. And to avoid having this problem, we're gonna add this condition. So only the no, only this empty placeholder it's going to be shown when there is no tags created. And the next thing that we are going to work on is the selection or the multi-selection. So as you can see in here, I have this array, and inside of it, we're having this item all. And if I click on tag 3, so it's going to be added inside this array. And if I click on click on tag 5, it's going to be added inside this array. And if I unclick in the tag 5, we're going to just have the tag 3. And if we do the same thing, we're going to have the all inside this array. So that's the logic that we're going to use before we start filtering the snippets out depending on what we clicked inside or what we selected as tags. So we're going to go to the um, VS Code and I'm going to show you how to be able to do so. And inside the swiper selection, but the first thing that I did, I created the array where we're going to be storing all these tags that we clicked on. So if we go all the way up, so we're gonna find the tags clicked array. So we're gonna use it inside the context API because the nodes that we're having in here are in another component, and we're going to rely on this to be able to filter out all these snippets. So that's why we added it inside the context API, and also make sure to add them inside the global create context and the create context type, and also at the bottom inside the uh, values property to be able to use it in other child components. So let's go back to the swiper selection, and I'm going to show you the logic to be able to do so. So this use effect will handle the whenever we click on the tag, it's going to be stored inside the tags clicked. So as you can see, we're adding the tags clicked in here from the context API with its setter, and this is basically what we are going to execute to be able to add the tag uh, clicked on inside this array. And also another thing that I want to show you, like for example, if we are selecting the tag 3 and we go in here and we delete the tag 3, as you can see, it's going to be updated in here as well. And to be able to do so, what we're going to do, we're going to go to the add tag window, and at the bottom in here, so I think we're going to go to the tags, no, into the add tag window. And so what we are going to do, we're going to, sorry, we're going to go to the tags window, yes. And inside the delete tag, we're going to add the tags clicked and the set tags clicked. Because what we want when we click on the delete tag, this function is going to be triggered, but also we're going to update the tags clicked array in the context API, and this is what we are going to execute to be able to do so, and also make sure to add them in here inside the delete tag. So this is the logic that we're going to use to be able to filter out uh, the um, the snippets. So we need to store first the tags that we clicked on, and we're going to use this area to be able to filter out all the nodes. So we can be able to only show the nodes that have the selected tags. Now we can be able to filter the tags based on the selected ones. Like for example, if I click on tag 2, as you can see, we're going to show all the nodes that have the tag 2. Like if, for example, we select tag 2 and tag 3, we're going to show only this tag because only this node because it has the tag 2 and the tag 3. But if we show and if we select another one, we're going to use or show this message that we didn't find any snippet that has all these tags. But if we click on the test, and we unselect these and click on the test and click on tag 6, we're going to find only this snippet. And also if we click on favorite, as you can see, we're back to all, and we are going to reset all the filter. So to be able to do so, to create this kind of functionality, we're going to go to the swiper selection, and in here, or sorry, we're going to go to the all nodes section, and I did many things and many changes in here. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to use the tags clicked, and inside the use effect, so this is the thing that I added in here. So I added these conditions. So if the tags clicked has one item, and the first item that has the zero index is all. We're going to show all the nodes that are not trashed. And we're going to use the return keyword so we can be able to quit or exit this use effect. Otherwise, we are going, so if the text clicked length is more than zero, meaning that we selected tags, we are going to use this, and this is how we are going to filter all the elements that share the selected tags that we clicked. So we're going to use the every and we're going to use the sum functions inside the filter. And then we're going to finally use the filter method to be able to filter out all the nodes that are not in trash. Then we are going to update the filtered nodes by using this. And at the bottom, so we're going to do some of the changes as well into the GSX. So this is the change that we made. So so this is not gonna change, of course, and so we're gonna see if the length of the filter nodes is 0. So if it is, we're going to show this empty placeholder. Otherwise, we're going to show this. And if it is not, we're going to just show all the nodes that we're having. And to be able to, for example, if we do multi-selection in here, when you go to another menu and we set this to all, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to the swiper selection, and in here, we are going to add this use effect, and this is what we are that will handle this. So if the sidebar menu changes, we are going to set all the new tags selected to false. Then we're going to create a new array with which is tags new tags clicked, and then we are going to update all of these variable states. And this is how we can be able to create this multi-selection. And the next thing that I added is the sorting of the tags based on how many times that we use them. So just to show you how things are working. So that's the current position of all tags. And let's say I'm going to select the tag number 4. So if I select the tag number 4, as you can see, it has been updated in here because it has been used. And as you can see, the position right now of the tag number 4 is here, and also for the tag number 6. And all the remaining tags like tag number 5 and 7 are the latest because they didn't they have not been used, so that's why they are in this position. And for example, if I'm going to use the tag number 4 in another node, and as you can see, also it has been updated in here. So that's what we are going to create. So let's go back to the VS Code, and so we're going to start from here. And the idea here, we're not going to create another property called count inside the alt tags. What we are going to do, we are going to create this function to be able to count the tags. And this is the function, so I'm not going to get into it in details. And then after having this function, we are going to create another function. And as you can see, we're using the count tags function to be able to uh, sort all the elements, and then based on the sort all tags, we're going to update the set all tags. So to be honest with you, this was a little bit complicated, and so I've been working on it, and with the help of the uh, AI, it helped me to be able to come up with this and just to be able to save some time. But the most important thing right now that things are working, And we can be able to sort all the elements without having to modify the alt tags array. And the next thing that I added is this shimmer effect into the tags, as you can see. So it's pretty simple to create this. So the first thing that I did, inside the context API, I created the isLoading variable state, and it's going to be set by default to true. And of course, we need to add them because we're going to use it in other components. We need to add them inside the create context and also the global context type. And also, if we go down at the bottom, we need, so let me go at the bottom and we need to add it inside here as this. And so the next thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna go into the swiper selection and into the body. First, we need to get access to the is loading. So first we need to add it here, and all we are going to use only the is loading. And if we go into the body, the JSX body, as you can see. So I made this modification. So it's going to be a journey operator depending on the is loading. So if it is true, we're going to show this. Otherwise, we're going to show this wiper. So it is pretty simple to set that up. And also I added the shimmer effect for these nodes when we are loading and fetching the data. So if we are reload the page, as you can see, so we're going to show this instead. But the only problem that I need to fix, so if you noticed after this is gone, we're having the empty placeholder to be able to add a tag or a snippet, then we are showing up all of these nodes. So there's something that I need to fix, but first I'm going to show you how to be able to create this shimmer effect for all these snippets. So what I did in here, so I need to get access to the loading state. So this is what I did. So I got it from the context API. And after this, I'm going to use the um, if statement, and inside of it, we're going to return this div. So this is actually how we are going to show the shimmer effect of each node. So the first thing that I did, I created this functional component where I'm showing all of these elements. So it's pretty simple. So we're having this parent div. So this is going to be the height and the width. The background, it's going to be this. And the rounded edge is going to be medium. And of course, we're going to use the flex and the flex colon. So this is for the header and this is for the code. And we're going to add them in here because we're adding 3 elements. So that's why we're having 3 lines. And make sure to add the flex wrap. So to make sure that these are going to be that are going to be updated depending on the size of the window. So that's pretty much how we can be able to create this. So it's pretty simple. So the next thing that I need to fix is this little thing that's appearing after we can be able to show all the snippets. And I'll be back to be able to explain the fix that I did. So the next thing that we are gonna do is we're gonna store the information into the database. But before we can do so, I need to make an adjustment, and that is I need to store the user ID inside the nodes, because this is what we're going to use to be able to filter out the nodes for each user. And to be able to do so, the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to go into the types, and inside the single node type, we're going to add the Clerk user ID as a type of string, but also we're going to do it for the single tag type. So once we did this, to be able to get the ID from the Clerk, we're going to use the use user hook from the Clerk, And so this is what we are doing in here, and make sure to add the user, make sure to import it from the Clerk Next.js module. And now we can be able to access to the user ID and to be able to share it across all the components. So what we're going to do, we're going to create this new state shared user ID. And in this use effect, we're going to update the shared user ID based on the user and it is loaded. So once this is not null, this is going to be updated and then we can be able to use it in other components. So that's the first logic. And secondly, we're going to go to the empty placeholder and because this is where we are adding the snippet and what we're going to do. But first we need to go to the search bar and in here we're going to add the shared user ID inside the add snippet button and we're going to take the shared user ID object inside the open the content variable. So once we can access to this, what we're going to do, of course, we're going to add the Clerk user ID property inside this new single node, and we're going to assign it to the shared user ID that we passed from the parent component. So if it is true, so we're going to use this, otherwise it's going to be empty. And we're going to do the same thing for the tag when we click on add tag. So in here, as you can see, so if we go at the top, we're going to first get the shared user ID. Then we're going to pass it down into this function. And if we go to this function, so we need to add it to be able to use it. And we're going to assign it to the new property, the Clerk user ID. So this is how we can be able, because that's very important when working with the database, because to be able to just get the notes for each, the notes and the tags for each user.
And next, we are going to load the information from the database. So as you can see, these nodes are coming from our database. And if I load the page, as you can see, so we are waiting a little bit, and then we're gonna be showing all of these snippets. So the first thing that we need to do, of course, we need to create our APIs and to be able to insert the information. First, I need to create a post method. So I'm going to show you. So in here, inside the API folder, I created the snippet folder, and then I created this route.js where we are going to add inside of it the methods. So I added, as you can see, the post method and the get method. But before I show you how to be able to create these, so the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our model, our schema into the database, and this is how it's going to be our schema. So it's going to be structured the same that we did for our all snippets. And thanks to TypeScript, because that's going to help us to be able to do so. And also this, it's going to be for the tag. And as you can see for the tags property, so the top, it's going to be an array of the single tags schema. And finally, we are going to create our model, or we are going to use it if we already created it by accessing to this part. And then we need to export it so we can be able to use it in our methods. So once we did this, um, what we're going to do, I'm going to go back to the route.js, and the first thing that we need to do, we need to create our post method, and we are going to get from the client all of these elements. Then we're going to connect our MongoDB. Then we are going to create our first or new node by using the single snippet model that we created it, and then we're going to save our note, and we are going to return the note so you can be able to access it from the client. Otherwise, if an error happens, we're going to log it out. And this is for the get method. And here we're going to use the parameters, and we're going to use the clerk ID as the ID to be able to access to the notes for each user ID. And then we're going to find all the snippets depending on the clerk ID. Then we're going to return to the client through this line so you can be able to access to the notes and then show them into our web browser or our application. And next, so we're going to go to the context API and we're going to do some modifications in here. So inside the use effects, so this is how we can be able to fetch data from the server. We're going to use the fetch method. And inside, so I created this fetch all nodes, and then we're going to have the try and catch block. So if everything goes well, we're going to store the information from the database into the data variable. Then if the data.nodes is accessible, then we're going to update our state. And so this we're gonna work on this. And if is loaded and is signed in are true, then we're going to call these functions, and all of this it's going to be dependent on these variables from Clerk. So that's the first step that we are going to do to be able to first insert the information or the nodes inside the database. Then we are going to be able to access it and then show it in our application. And the next thing that we are going to work on is the adding the snippet into the database when we want to create a new one. So if we click on here and let's say I choose this tag and I'm going to choose um, this language, and so let's add something in here, and as soon it is added in our application, it's going to be added into the database. So if we reload the page, so this new node will remain persistent because it has been added into our database. And if we refresh our database, we're going to find it, of course, in here. So that's the thing that I'm going to show you. So in the content node, so at the top, so we're going to add this new function. So all the code that we were having in here, it's going to be added inside this function because we're going to do some of the modifications. So in here, um, we are going to emit the ID, and that's the way to be able to do so by deconstructing the node. And we're going to just take this part without the ID, and then we're going to use the post method, and then we're going to just use the node without ID, and we're going to stringify it and send it to the database. Then we're going to get the return from the server, and we're going to just extract the ID because we want it to be able to add it into the front end. And this is what we are going to do. We're going to update the ID property with the ID that we got from the server. Then we're going to update the nodes. So we're going to create a shallow copy of the all nodes by adding the single node. Then we're going to sort this all node. Then we're going to update the sorted all nodes so that every time that we create a new node, it's going to be first at the top of all other nodes. And also another thing that
to consider doing. So when we are fetching data, we need to sort them as well. And this is the um, and this is the code that I added. So it's similar that that I just showed you to be able to sort all the nodes. So we're gonna sort things, but here we're gonna use the data.nodes, and we're gonna store it inside the sorted all nodes. Then we're gonna update our UI via this line. And now we can be able to update the node into the database as well as into the front end. So let's choose this node and let's add something in here. And as you can see, it is updating live. And also we are storing the update right into the database. And so I'm going to add something in here. As you can see, we are updating um, the actual node, and let's get rid some of the elements in here. And if we reload the page, so all the modifications that we did will remain as you saw in here. And also we can be able, when we click on the favorite, so as you can see, it has been updated. And if we load the page again, just to see if things worked, so as you can see, all the information that we did modify remain into the database. And also it's gonna work for a new node. So as you can see, so as I'm typing stuff, even for the new one, it's gonna work. So I wanna show you that all the edge cases and all the tests are working. So let's go back to the VS Code, and we're going to start from the content node. And the first thing that we are going to do, so I did many changes in here. So because uh, we are going to add a node and update a node at the same time. So we're going to use some training operators in here, and we're going to rely on the isNew variable. So if it is true, we're going to use this API route. Otherwise, we're going to use this one. And the same for methods. So if it is new, we're going to use the post method. Otherwise, we're going to use the put method. And here we're going to just deconstruct the node to get the ID and the node data. And also we're going to do the same thing for the body. And then we are going to just use this simple fetch method, and we're going to just use the method from this variable inside the method property, and the same for the body. And here we're going to get the information or the data from the server, and depending on the is new. So if it is new, we're going to store the ID because it is a new node. Otherwise, we're going to update the node. And here we're going to use the set all nodes. And also we're going to rely on the is new. So depending on the is new, so if it is a new node, we're going to use this part. Otherwise, we're going to use this part. And finally, we're going to sort things out. And then um, we're going to update the single node and the set is new node. And as you can see, so it's a pretty complicated and fascinating logic. And thanks of the artificial intelligence that really helped me to be able to fix this problem. So, and here we're going to use just for optimization because we are going to send API calls whenever we are typing, and it could be a little bit expensive. So we're going to use this method, the debounce function. And first we need to we're going to use it from this load dash. To be honest with you, that's the first time that I'm using this kind of strategy. So the first thing that we need to do, we're going to install this library. And then, so let me go add the function in here. So we're gonna create this debounce save note, and we're going to use the use memo, and then we're going to use the debounce. So that's the change that we need to do, and then we're going to use it inside the use effect hook. And then if we need to go to the content note header and into the, so let me go to the on update title in here. So we don't need to use the set all notes. And also we are going to do it for the description. Also get rid of all the code that we were having to be able to update the all notes. And that's pretty much how we can be able to do so. And the last thing is to be able to update the note when we click on the in favorite. So that's the function that's gonna handle if we change or we choose the note to be as favorite. So we're going to add this code to be able to make this happen and to update the note into the database depending on the is favorite value. So that's pretty much how we can be able to do so. So wish that you understood this kind of principle, and to be honest with you, that's the first time uh, that I encountered that kind of difficulty to be able to update simultaneously information into the database. So the next thing that I'm going to add is the deletion. So when I click on here, this need to be changed and also to need to be updated into the database, but also the deletion, the definite deletion of the note. Next, we can be able to make the or to send the snippet into the trash and save it into the database. So if I click on here and I click on another node and let's go to the trash. So it's gonna remain into the trash if we reload the page because it has been saved into the database. So let's go back to the code. So inside the on node section, so we're gonna go to the node footer. And here we're gonna do a major changes into the functions trash node function and restore node function. So we're gonna introduce, of course, the try and catch block. And we're gonna use the fetch method with this API route. And the method, of course, is going to be put. And the only thing that you are going to change is the is trash. Um, so the only thing that you are going to change is the is trash property. So we're going to set it to true. And then we're going to update the state and the UI. And the same thing that we're going to do for the reset node function. So the only difference is the is trash, it's going to be false. So that's how we can be able to update the is trash property inside the database. So the next thing that I'm going to work on is to delete definitely the node. So whenever I click on delete, it's going to be also deleted from the database. And now we can be able to definitely delete and remove the snippet from the database. So let's move this into the trash. And right now we're going to go to the trash and let's click on this and let's choose delete. And if we reload the page and we're going to go back to the trash and we're going to see if the item is still existing. As you can see, it is not here anymore. So what we're going to do, we're going to go first to our route and we're going to create this delete method. And we're going to create this URL and then we're going to get the ID from the parameter snippet ID. So if it is not found, we're going to return this message. Otherwise, we're going to find the ID by using the find one and delete method from Mongoose. And so if everything goes well, we're going to return the snippet deleted successfully. And then we're going to go to the confirmation window and we're going to create or to add this code to be able to delete the item or the node from the database. Of course, we're going to use the fetch method. The method is going to be deleted, and then we're going to use the ID from the selected node, and then we're going to do the update inside the UI. And then here, we're using the is deleting variable state. So when the actual operation is loaded into the database, we're going to show the word uh, deleted, as you can see. So if it's deleting is true, this is what we're going to show into the button. Otherwise, we're going to show the default word, which is delete. And first, the is deleting is going to be true. And when everything finishes, we're going to set it to false. So that's how we can be able to delete our snippets. Right now, we can be able to add and modify and delete everything in our snippet. So the next step that we're going to start with is the tags. So now we can be able to add the tags and store them into the database. As you can see, I already added two tags. And just to show you, so if I create a new tag like this and hit add tag, so as you can see, it has been added. And if I reload the application, the tag remain persistent and it's going to be load up into the application so we can be able to use it. And if we go to the tag window, so we're going to find it in here. But also if we open this snippet, we're going to find it in here as well. So let's go back to the VS Code. I'm going to show you what I did. So we're going to follow the same steps that we did for the snippets. So we need first to create the schema. So in here, as you can see, I created this file tag schema, and this is the schema. So it's pretty simple. We're having the name and the Clerk user ID. And here we are going to create our tag model into our collection. And so after doing so, we're going to create this tags folder, this API route, and we are going to first create the post method to be able to insert the tags into the database, then the get method. So those are the most principled ones to be able to test how things are working. And then here, as you can see, we are using the same structure that we did for the snippets. The only difference that we are having in here is the names. So instead of using snippets, we're going to use just tags. And of course, we're using just two properties in here because this is what we created inside the schema. And the same thing that we did for the get. So we're going to use the clerk ID to be able to just get the tags for the specific clerk user ID. So once we did this, first we need to go to the context API, and in here, instead of using the simple update all tags function, we're going to use this fetch method. And of course, we're going to add the user, that ID from Clerk, as a parameter. And then we are going to extract the tags. And as you can see in here, we are creating first the all tag. So that's the object, the all object that we need to create. So it's not going to be stored into the database. So it's going to be only in the front end. And then we're going to add it inside the all tags. And then we're going to update our tags. We're going to add the tags that we got from the server plus the alt tag that we just created just in the front end. And that's basically how we're going to fetch the alt tags. So there's nothing uh, difficult in here. And the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the add tag window to be able to add the new tag. And here I did some changes, of course. We're using this fetch method to be able to add a new tag. And for the new tag, so we're not going to use the ID when creating it into the front end. We're going to use just the ID after creating it into the server, and then we're going to extract it to be able to update the front end again. So this is what we're doing. We're getting the ID from the server, the name, and the Clerk user ID. Then we're updating the alt tags. So we're doing so. We want to make sure that the ID that we're having into the database is the same that we're having into the front end. And for these remaining code, so that's going to be the same that we did. So this is how we can be able to add a new tag, but also to pull out the tags that we created into the database. And now we can be able to delete the tag, not only to delete the tag itself, but also it's going to be deleted in all the snippets that we used. So like for example, we're having this two nodes that share the same test tag. So let's go to the window tag and we're going to delete this test tag. So after clicking on this, and if we go back in here, as you can see, the test tag is not here anymore in these snippets. And finally, if we delete the test2, so as you can see, it has been also updated in these snippets. So let's go back to the actual code and we're going to go to the route and in here into the route of the tags route. And the first thing that we need to do, we need to create this delete function. So it's going to be the same that we did for the snippets. Then we're going to go to the uh, tags window. And here I made several changes. So I'm going to try my best to be able to explain this. So as you can see in here, we're having the update node, this function, to be able to update each node. So we're going to call this inside. Um, so we're going to call this in this nodes to update. And this is the code to be able to delete the tag. So it is a little bit long, but as you can see, so this is the code and it is completely working. And this is for the update node.